if you look at the act that the last time I showed you, let me check the act again, then I can show it to you again. When a matter is in court, there are several ways one can request for the matter to be sent for mediation. If you look at Section 64, if you are in Ghana, Section 64 of the Act, so based on your question, so one way you can do it that, so you look at Section 64 of the Act. So a court before which an action is pending may at any stage in the proceedings, if it is of the view that mediation will facilitate the resolution of the matter or part of the matter in dispute, refer the matter or that part of the matter to mediation. So the first one is judge-led, so a court before it. So when the judge is of the view that this matter will be helpful, that will go for mediation, maybe the nature of it, or is a community matter, then so be it, the matter can be referred for mediation. Then two, a party to an action before a court may, with the agreement of the other party and at any time before final judgment is given, apply to the court on notice to have the whole action or part of the action referred to the mediation. So one is also that the parties to which the matter has been sent to court, the parties have rights to request that the matter be sent for mediation. So the parties, before a judgment is given, so it can be any time within the court proceedings, anytime. The parties must issue a notice. So it means that you must issue a notice to inform the court that you want your matter to be referred for mediation, and the court will, subject to the agreement of the other party, the court will oblige and refer such matter to mediation. So that is also another way to deal with the situation. So that is another aspect that you can use to refer a matter to mediation. Then another way is also that both parties can come together, but in most cases, the parties may not come together and say they want the matter to refer. So one party may request, then the other party may reject or accept. So that once they accept, then the matter will also be referred to arbitration. So to mediation, sorry. So that is one aspect, another aspect that you can also look at it from. Then you have a community where you may have elders, leaders who are in the community who have seen that the matter concerns them. So for that matter, they want to ensure that they come into the matter to assist the parties. Those community leaders can also request the court. So community leaders can also go. Sometimes you see a chief who walks into the court and to talk about the matters which are before the court and tell the court that they want to take over the matter and that they want to go and resolve and report back to the court. So the court may oblige and say that yes, since he is the chief or the community leader, he can go and resolve that particular matter. Please give me a second. Okay, so let's continue. So a chief can, it has been sometimes the practice, some chiefs will go to the courts and request that the courts give them the matter so that they can go and resolve and come back. That is also done. But that is not what the law prescribes. But sometimes the judge will look at the situation and give to that particular chief. So the main issue is that a court which has a matter pending before it, you have to impress on the parties. So one thing is that it is the parties that has the issue. So you impress on the parties that the parties will now accept to go for mediation. So once the parties accept to go for mediation, then the the parties can now request that the matter go for mediation. So it's not going to be you. So it is now going to be the parties who will now request that the matter be referred for mediation. So it will be referred as such. So it is important for us to understand matters of such nature, that it is the parties that request, or the judge can also suggest to the parties. And if the parties agree, the matter will be so referred to the for mediation. So it doesn't matter what nature, whether any matter, if the court is of the view. So it can be even a criminal matter, it can be a civil matter, it can be a family matter, it can be any matter. If the court so wish that they want to refer the matter, they can refer. But the cases that individuals cannot go and refer are criminal matters. But when it comes to civil matters, the parties involved can request at any stage, at any stage, the parties can request and refer such matters to mediation. So I hope I've answered you. Any further questions?
Yes, sir. A question to make a follow-up. Say a case that involves a community or a client that has been taken to court and there's a ruling. Now, when you look at the family relationship and the deities involved, when the case was taken to court, it was single on a particular item. Here is the case the community is looking at. If we have the same deities, we have the same culture, everything as a client, then why is it this particular issue is single to one?
Sorry, please continue.
Yeah. So if the court looked at the aspect of a single item, now, wouldn't it be good to remind the other party that this was the single item, but let's look at it on the broader perspective. How we should be able to resolve this?
If I understand you correctly,
can that be explained?
Yeah, so if I understand you correctly, you mean that a community, one person sent a matter to a court, which is based on a particular matter. And sorry.
Let me explain it. This case involved community, but as two parties that took the case to court, it was single on an item. Meanwhile, the broader perspective is there, which has not been looked into.
So let's take it one by one. You say that somebody sent a matter to court on a single matter, but the fact
a client land. But at a portion, the person said, oh, this land belongs to me. And the person said, I've also been farming there for a while. I cannot release it back to you. But looking at it, the larger land belongs to that entire family. And the other families are also insisting that they should leave it. It's meant for all of them. They shouldn't fight. Now, it's centered on a particular portion. But the family, the extended family, has to now step in to let both parties understand that we are one in terms of culture.
Yes, so I understand what you are saying, but what I wanted to know is that the other
Uh,
parties do not have interest in the whole the whole land.
yes,
But they are only interested in a portion that they took to maybe the courts.
yes,
Yes, so once they have interest in part of the land, so you deal with the part of the land. If you are dealing with the whole land, after dealing with the whole land, do they have interest in the whole land? No, they have interest in a particular portion. So it is the portion that they have interest in that you have to deal with it. So which portion? This portion. Then when you are talking about the portion, that is where you can bring in for them to understand that that portion belongs to the family, and even it is part of the larger portion of the family property. So the portion that they may even be claiming, you have evidence or you have um, land document to prove that this is the portion and this portion belongs to the family, and even it contains in the larger portion of that particular land. So you can show them specific portion and the larger document, which means that the land that they are even fighting is within your larger population or your larger land, and that those issues can be resolved around that. But once
where
it is
there are no documentation or documents. How will you solve it? Because that
but
particular portion,
yes,
I'm
one thing
talking
is
of
that
the larger family. The larger family have not made any documentation on that land.
yes, so there can be no documentation, but sitting down, tracing history, and talking about the issues, everyone will understand that this land belongs to this family. And sometimes you don't even need a document to prove that, if it is not because of now development and even with the cities that making land registration more appealing. In our villages, we don't even register land. We only know that this land belongs to this person and this is the boundary. Sometimes we use trees to even locate the boundaries and all that, and no one was fighting over them. So if when you go into the matter and you sit with the family know, they know what the land and they know if they are going to be truthful. That is why in mediation it is about those who are able to it is matter of conscience, the people who are sitting on the table and their willingness to bring all the issues out without maybe messing with any hidden information. So if they are able to come out and being truthful to as the issues are supposed to be, then the matter you'll be able to edge the truth and everybody will be okay. And this is what the court will not be able to do, because the thing is the court will rely on document and testimonies. The same way, if the court will rely on document and testimonies, why can't we sit in the house and trace our history, know how we got this land, who is the owner, and how even some people may also not be owners, but they have been farming on the land for some long time, and we cannot just throw them away. But there is a need for us to maybe give them a portion of the land as a sort of compensation or as a sort of a relief to them. These are some of the things that we can do for people to understand. So when it comes to matters of or referring a particular matter to mediation, it can be part or it can be all the matters. So sometimes some of the issues cannot be determined through mediation. Some of them can be determined through mediation, and it's all for the benefit of the party. So it is about the parties if they are willing to talk, if they are willing to bring the issues, if they are willing to speak the truth. Sometimes if the parties are not willing to speak the truth, you cannot help them. You cannot resolve the matter. But if the parties are willing, and able to speak the truth about the issues, it makes the matter easy, and you'll be able to resolve the matter. I remember there was a case that went straight from the lower court to the Supreme Court, but later when the matter was referred for mediation, all that the person was looking for is that the people will speak the truth, because he thinks that there is some truth that the parties are not sharing. So later, when the parties realize that yes, this is the truth, they open up, they share the truth, and then the matter died. Then the person said that yes, all that I was looking for is for you to be able to tell me that maybe this is the situation. Share the truth, not about because you may get evidence to support your claim, which may be untruth. I wanted to unearth the truth. And there are matters that people have even won, not because it is the truth, but because they were able to get certain documents to support their claim. But that may not be the truth. But if families sit together and trace histories, go back to the histories, trace lineage, and see who has been, how did we even move into this land? Who was the first occupant? How did this land came into being? And if we are able to do that, and later, if they are able to resolve these matters, then they decide to also register the land, and now it will be in the proper full name of the family. I hope I have answered your question.
Exactly, Claire. Yes, like you rightly mentioned, the same thing applies to some of the chieftaincy issues we have. A situation where a chief was installed by the people and not a paramount chief, but just a chief. And we know from the colonial time we had heads of family becoming leaders, and that was it. Then later, people get paramountcies, and it's like there have never been existence of any chiefs before. Then we look at it to be the ultimate, and they make documents making claims as if nothing ever happened in their rules to trace. Then they center on a particular sector of their interest being the ultimate. But I thank God you've cleared my doubts from those issues. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I want someone to read what is on the screen for us. Oh, can someone read what is on the screen for us?
Oh, I'm unmuted and I was reading, but I didn't know that you were not hearing.
No, we didn't hear.
Later that I saw that it's not unmuted. Okay, model mediations opening statements. Good morning. My name is Dutz, and I am serving as your mediator today. I am a certified mediator trained to assist in resolving disputes such as the one before us today. I am pleased to be here to assist you in working through your issues and believe you will find mediation to be a very helpful process. Thank you for committing to be here today. If any of you have a special need during the session, please let me know or at any time during this session. Also, please silence all electronic devices during this mediation. How would each of you like to address in our session today. Do you have the authority? Do you have the authority to settle and sign an agreement if one is reached? Let me begin by stating that I am not acquainted with the parties involved in the dispute. Have any of you met me before this session? Mediation is a voluntary process in which a neutral, impartial person assists parties who want to generate opinions for resolving their issues. Are you all here voluntary? My role as the mediator is to facilitate the discussion and negotiation and help you capture any agreement into appropriate settlement terms. Your attendance at this mediation does not imply any admission of guilt or wrongdoing. If you would like to take a break, meet with me privately, or end the mediation, please let me know and we will address those matters at that time. My goal is to assist each of you in communicating clearly with one another and reaching a mutual acceptable settlement of this matter. I am not here to represent any particular side and will not provide advice or guidance. You are entitled to seek representation and subject matter expert that can be called to provide information. If necessary, I have no power to impose a decision on you or to decide how this matter should be settled. This is where mediation differs from other forms of dispute resolution. You are empowered with the ability to design your own solution that meets your needs and address your interests. Did each of you receive a letter or in brief outlining what you can expect in mediation session and asking you to verify that you willingly accept the opportunity to participate? Each of you sign agreements to participate in good faith. Participating in good faith, quote unquote, means that you are entering with an open mind that will be respectful of the other person and that you will listen to one another. Are you here in good faith? Before I discuss the mediation process, are there any questions about what I have covered so far? Before we begin, let me explain the process we will use. When I complete these preliminary remarks, each of you will have an uninterrupted period of time to explain what brought you to this session and to describe the problem as you see it. It is customary for the party that brought the matter to our attention to begin first. Therefore, name. I will ask you to begin. When you have completed your opening remarks, I will ask name to make an uninterrupted statement. Let's abide by the rules of common courtesy and avoid interrupting or using inflammatory language. After you have both given an overview, we would transition into a joint discussion where we can more fully discuss the nature of the workplace dispute as well as negotiate possible solutions to resolve it. Can you please increase the font size for me? Okay, thank you. Thank you. I ask that each of you be thinking of how you might like to resolve this matter. At some point, I may meet with each of you separately. This is called a caucus, unquote, or individual meeting. I will use the caucus to help clarify some concerns I may have as we talk and to be of more assistance in helping you resolve your dispute. Either one of you may call a caucus as well if you feel you would like to share something in confidence. Remember, you both control the outcome of the mediation. We may use the caucus any number of times. If I caucus with one party, I will also caucus with the other. Please do not assign significance to the length of each caucus. The information you share during the caucus is also confidential and will not be shared during joint discussion unless you specifically give consent to such disclosure. Confidentiality is a critical part of the process. Generally, if you tell me something in private and ask me to keep it confidential, I am bound by law not to disclose this information voluntarily. There are some exceptions to this rule, but I do not expect them to arise during our mediation. For example, if you confess to or allege the commission of a criminal offense or to an act of fraud, waste, or abuse, or that you plan to commit a violent physical act, I may be required to share this information with appropriate authorities. You will see me taking notes during the session, which are just for me to organize my thoughts. I have provided paper for you to take notes. 2, I encourage you to record and note on that paper. At the end of the session, I shared my notes as well as the notes you take today. I want to remind you that this is not a legal proceeding. Should you desire at a later time to pursue this matter in a court or an administrative system, this session will not delay or interfere with your right to do so. I, however, will not willingly testify for or against either of you regarding the information unique to this session if you decide to pursue this matter formally. If a judge determines that disclosure of our private confidential discussion is necessary to prevent a manifest injustice, establish a violation of law, or prevent harm to the public health or safety, I may be required by a court to disclose our private discussion. Both the mediation agreement and the resulting settlement agreement, if any, are not confidential. Certain Air Force officials, such as legal and personnel, will have to review and authorize the proposed settlement agreement before it becomes legally binding. So, the agreement itself cannot be kept completely confidential. If any agreement is reached, it will be written and signed by you, and each of you will be provided with a copy of the agreement. When it becomes a legally binding document after the necessary approvals are granted. Do you understand the confidentiality requirements, and will you follow these requirements? Thank you for being here. Your presence today demonstrates your willingness to attempt cooperative problem solving. Would you like to suggest and ground rules? Any ground rules for the session today? All I ask is that you sincerely agree to attempt to resolve this dispute, agree to treat one another with mutual respect, into brackets, by taking one at a time and avoiding the use of profanity, brackets close, and agree to give consideration to all suggestions made in regard to developing a realistic solution to the problem. Are there any questions at this point? Okay. If not, let's begin with name of the party who brought the matter forward. Okay, I know very little about the dispute, so please tell us what brings you to mediation. Use certified and mediator's opening statement checklist. Introduce yourself. Ensure the conflicts of interest. Logistics. Electronic devices, restrooms, accommodations needed.
Sorry, you left
Name.
something there. Introduce yourself and, if applicable, your co-mediator.
Okay. Introduce yourself and, into brackets, if applicable, your co-mediator. Ensure no conflict of interest. Logistics. Electronic devices, restrooms, accommodations needed. Names. How would everyone like to be addressed? Have parties and representatives met one another before? Settlement authority. Do you have the authority to settle or sign any agreement? Define mediation. A process in which a neutral person assists others in resolving disputes voluntarily. Are all of you here voluntarily? Role of mediator. Neutral, not a judge or advocate parties have a right to bring representation if needed. Role of parties. Good faith, open mind, listen, and use questions. Process, stages, caucus. Won't testify, destroying notes, won't willingly testify. Confidentiality. Mediator will keep session confidential unless required to share into with appropriate authorities Exceptions include confession to the commission of a criminal offense or to an act of fraud, waste, or abuse, or that you plan to commit a violent physical act, or if a judge determines that disclosure is necessary to prevent a manifest injustice, establish a violation of law, or prevent harm to the public health or safety. Settlement agreements, legal documents, binding, review necessary through chain of authorities. Ground, mutual respect, one person talks at a time. Questions, if not, person who raised the issues goes first. Next slide, or is that all?
Yes, that is all. So,
Uh,
um, I want to ask or have thank you for doing the reading of for us. Thank you. This is just to sum together all the opening statement that we've been talking about and to ensure that you understand what opening statement is and how important it is for mediation sessions and for you to be able to apply same in your mediation. Any question to what you read, what he read for us? Any question? Is there anything you take away from that? Any question or any contribution from that? Anyone? Josephine, Kanye, and the one who read it. Is there anything that you saw that is different or you want to ask question about?
Maybe what I would say about it is that it clearly laid out the step towards the start of the mediation, and the mediator was very clear on what will take place in case there was no proper agreement, and also laid out some laws that actions that will be taken in case of any non agreeable strategy. It was very elaborate, and compared with the exercises we were doing, I think ours was just water. But with this example that you have shared and that our peer here has been able to read out, I think we now know what to do. We have to be very elaborate and extremely clear. And in case there are any laws that count within the nature of a session that you're about to handle, then it is also good practice to mention them in during that introductory bit. Then I also had a question, mwalimu. In Kenya, we call teacher mwalimu. Is it good to have down the principles written down and maybe the sheets shared with the parties so that in case they forget, they can easily make reference while the mediations are going on?
Yes, yes. So you can, that is what I mentioned earlier, that all these things that we are saying or you'll be talking about, that is what you capture on the consent to mediate. So you refine them. So as I showed you consent to mediate, you see that some of the things that we are talking about here are captured on the consent to mediate, which is used let me see whether I can have the consent mediate template, which I use to do the opening. So once you start, not all the things will be on the consent to mediate, but the other things that will be captured on the consent to mediate, that you use it. So as you welcome them, so welcome, my name is Isaac, and I'm happy to join you as the mediator. May I know your name? And they mention their name, and thank you for accepting to do mediation. You may call me Isaac for the purpose of this mediation. And mediation is a structured conversation, and it is guided by principle of fairness and respect and integrity. So based on that, we have a form called consent to mediate that after this discussion, we're all going to sign. So I would like to take you through. So you bring out the consent to mediate. So you see that the consent to mediate has some of the points. So for instance, you see number one, you see that AfCoD serve as our mediation center. So you see here, we, the undersigned parties, hereby voluntarily agree to participate in a mediation session. So, do you voluntarily participate in the mediation session? And do you have authority to settle? Use it to explain and all that. You ask them. Then, so this means that, do you agree that you have chosen AFCO to serve as your mediation center? They said yes. Do you agree that you have accepted Isaac Asai to serve as your mediator? He said yes. We acknowledge that participation in this mediation session is entirely voluntary and we have not been coerced or compelled to attend. He said yes. And we understand that we have right to withdraw from the mediation process at any time without prejudice. He said yes. We agree to maintain confidentiality of all discussion, document, and information shared during the mediation session. He said yes. And we understand that the mediator is bound by confidentiality and will not disclose any information shared during the mediation without our consent, except as required by law. They said yes. And at this point, you can also refer them to maybe a particular provision of your law. Then you go on to say that we commit to participating in the mediation session with honesty, openness, and a sincere desire to resolve our issues. So this is what I spoke about as ghosts. So they want to be gentle, be honest, be open, but it has been captured in a different way. Then eight, you see that we understand that the mediator is impartial and neutral and will not take sides or impose solution, but will facilitate constructive communication and problem solving. Then nine, we understand that any agreement reached during the mediation session will be voluntary and based on our mutual understanding and consent. And then we acknowledge that the mediator does not provide legal advice or make decisions for us, but will assist us in exploring options and reaching a resolution that meets our needs and interests. Then 11, we agree to participate in the mediation session for the designated duration and to adhere to any guidelines or rules established by the mediator. Then we understand that each party may request to terminate the mediation session at any time, and mediator may also terminate the session if deemed necessary. Then 13, that both parties agrees to explore caucusing whenever necessary during the process. Then you explain caucusing to them. Then the mediator, by virtue of his or her role, shall under no circumstances be or serve as the witness for any of the parties in this matter, nor be used in any of the court of law for his role as a mediator. Then 15, that the cost of mediation shall be this and it will be joint responsibility of the parties. Then 16, each party shall pay 50% mediation fee. The fee shall be paid before the commencement of the mediation. Then when the mediation process breaks down, the initial fee shall not be refundable. That both parties agree to respect and comply with the undertakings made during the process, and the outcome shall be binding. So you see provision for the parties and their ability to sign. Then the mediator also signs. So then you can add other things like maybe putting their phones off, washrooms, and when one is talking, they don't use any vulgar words and other things. You can add all those things. Or you can explain the process as we read. When you finish, then you tell them that all the things that I have explained to you have been captured on a form called the consent to mediate, which means that you have given me the authority and the center authority to sit with you. So please go through and sign. If they are literate, then they can read and sign. But if they are not literate, you go through with them. You can say that all the things that you shared have been captured on a consent to mediate form, and I would like to take you through. And after that, you sign, and there's a portion for me to sign. It means that all of us have been committed to go through this process, and you have given me an authority to sit with you. So these are ways that you do them. I hope we understand that. I hope I've answered your question, Josephine.
Yes, thank you for the guidance.
Okay, great. Okay. Oh, Gloria left. Kani, any thoughts on the opening statement example that we look at?
It's fine for me. I think we said it all.
Okay, all right. Okay, so on that note, let's zoom into what we have today. First, we will look at cross-border dispute, and we'll look at opening a mediation center. So we'll look at that too. Then we will move into final role plays, and we'll be out of here, right? So we may close earlier than maybe the time schedule. So let's see how we fare in the line. Right. Okay. So welcome once again to as I've seen that our facilitator Humphrey has also joined us. So Humphrey, thank you for joining us today as well. Thank you. I think you have joined us throughout the 5 days. We just comment
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so welcome to day 5 and the last day of the training. And before I begin, let me find out from the participant, how has the training been? Has it been useful? Has it been beneficial? How has the training been? Let me hear from you.
It has been so informative,
Okay.
inspiring. Yeah.
Interesting,
So far, so good.
insightful.
Okay. Reverend Doctor, are you done? Okay. So you can go on.
I was saying that it's very interesting and insightful so far. We have a
Okay.
lot of information. It's I mean, we have a better appreciation and view on the how to go about the mediation.
Okay. All right. Josephine.
Personally, it's been a very good experience, and I have learned a lot on how to handle through mediation, and I believe I just need to get into more practice and serve the citizens of this world wherever I'm planted. Thank you, sir.
Okay, great. Good to hear. Okay. All right. So I think thank you all for what you've shared. Let's move on to what we have today. So today we're talking about cross-border dispute resolution, which after this we're talking about, for those of you who want to build your more capacities and you want to open a mediation center, there is you can do that as you move on, right? So cross-border dispute resolution. So cross-border dispute involving parties from different countries. So when we're talking about cross-border dispute, for instance, someone is in Kenya. So you came for a program at AfCCoD and you're having issues with us. How do you resolve it? When maybe you bought something from someone in Ghana and or you have a supplier in Ghana or I have a supplier in Kenya or I have a supplier in Zambia. And so if they are having challenges with that particular person, how do you resolve it? So involving parties from different countries are inherent challenge in today's globalized world. So resolving dispute effectively is essential for fostering international trade and cooperation. So as you were taught online dispute solution these days, if you're having cross-border issues, it is easy than it used to be because often they have to travel to a physical location to resolve that particular matter. Or sometimes you have to go to someone's country to file a court matter against them. Okay. So this note provides an overview of cross-border dispute, the role of African Continental Free Trade Area, that is AfCFTA, and other agencies in international and consideration for governing cross-border disputes. So we'll look at that particularly with AfCFTA and how things are done. So what is cross-border trade? So cross-border trade refers to exchange of goods and services between buyers and sellers in different countries. This includes both exports and import activities. So thanks to the internet, many businesses can now easily buy and sell across the globe. As a seller, you can also open your product to the worldwide consumer base. As a buyer, you gain access to unique goods at varying costs. So that is why AfCCoDR is situated in Ghana, but we have participants from Kenya, Togo, who is in Burkina, and someone who is also in Zambia. And we are all been able to meet on platforms. So Ghana, Zambia, Kenya, Togo, we are all able to meet on one platform because of technology. So online marketplaces such as Amazon, Jumia, Temu, Alibaba, and eBay provide platform for sellers from one country to reach buyers around the world. Sellers can list their product or services on these platforms and attracting diverse international audience. And now Facebook and Twitter and all these online social media platforms also allows that now you do Facebook adverts. And I'm sure some of you saw this advert through Facebook advert and you decided to join. So these are markets opening. So players and enablers. So international trade. International trade is governed by the World Trade Organization. Then continental, we have continental enablers or players. That is the African Continental Free Trade if you come to Africa. Then we have regional. Regional, we have the regional enablers. We have ECOWAS, we have the SADC, we have the East African bloc, we have various North African blocs. Then when you come to the country versus country, countries versus countries are done based on bilateral agreements between countries. So Ghana can have individual bilateral agreement between Ghana and Togo and see the shared things that we can do. And that is what they want to bring all of them together so that we don't need to be signing specific bilateral agreement with various countries, but we are all together under the African Continental Free Trade so that we can trade easily among ourselves. But the question we should have ourselves is now with the question of geopolitics and protectionism, are we able to do that? Are we able to trade among ourselves effectively? Because, for instance, what is happening in South Africa now, where foreigners are being asked to go, especially with Black foreigners being asked to go home because the South Africans think that these individuals are taking their jobs. And Ghana has brought in, they have arranged for over 800 of them to bring them back home. They have taken first batch, which is 300 to come back to their country. And these are the questions which brings a set as drawbacks for the use of trading among ourselves. So The world is changing rapidly when it comes to global trade realities in 2026. The world is changing rapidly, and the slower growth globally, demand may reduce in some advanced markets because markets are shifting. So more tariffs and protectionism, countries are protecting local industries. So people want to protect their local industry as Trump, when he came to office, he started putting tariffs and other things because he wanted to protect American business and for make sure that the people who are producing in America benefit more from those who are bringing in from other countries. Then supply chain shifting. So businesses are now looking for new markets. So instead of maybe trading in America or Europe, people are looking for new markets, the Caribbean, the African markets. So you see a lot of Chinese are looking into Africa to trade here. So digital services rising. Then now with digital services rising, you go to social media and there are a lot of adverts. Now they have even add WhatsApp status adverts and to it. So you can easily see even an ad on watching the WhatsApp status and you see them whether it is any you can get any supplier outside the country to supply you goods. So with this age, it is easy for you to even verify whether they are correct supplier or not. That is sometimes the risk, but sometimes you are able to verify and they can send you. Then we have South-South trade. Developing countries are trading more with each other. So now developing countries are also thinking of do I have so what do I have as a developing country? For instance, what does Ghana have that will be useful for Togo? And what does Togo have that will be useful for Ghana? So if Ghana has something that will be useful for Ghana can export to Togo. And if Togo has something that is useful for Ghana can also import from Togo. And this help to shape the South-South dynamic. Then strategic meaning for Africa. What does it mean for Ghana? Africa must now trade more with Africa. So we must trade more among ourselves. We must do away with those um, xenophobic behaviors and begin to look more of the benefit that we can get from trading among ourselves. Trading among ourselves doesn't mean about only goods. It is so both trade in goods and trade in services. So there are some skills that we may need in Ghana. We can import them from other countries. Other countries may need some skills from Ghana and they can sell. At first, it used to happen. There are a lot of teachers who moved from Ghana and we were teaching in Cameroon, in Nigeria, and there were other French also, people also coming into Ghana to teach French because Ghana also needed French teachers. These are some of the things that we can do among ourselves, where the French countries can import English teachers. We can also import French teachers. So these are things that we can do, trading services that we can do among ourselves. So global expansion. So benefit of cross-border trade, global expansion. So cross-border trade offer businesses the opportunity to expand their operations beyond their domestic market and venture into international market. This expansion can lead to significant growth and a broader customer base. It allows businesses to tap into new geographic regions, each with its unique characteristics and consumer preferences. And once you are going into such markets too, you are opening up for other challenges as well that you have to also prepare yourselves for. So global expansion is a strategic move that can diversify a company's revenue stream and reduce reliance on a single market, making the business more resilient to economic fluctuation and in any other region. Increased revenue. The potential for increased revenue is one of the most compelling benefits of cross-border trade. By expanding into new markets, businesses can tap into additional source of income. So market with different economic conditions, consumer behaviors, and purchasing power can lead to higher sales volumes and revenue growth. Then diversifying revenue streams geographically can lead also provide stability and consistent growth over time. Because for instance, let me use us as an example. If we are offering our services across Africa, and if we don't get, maybe we don't get someone from Ghana, we may get someone from Nigeria. If you don't get someone from Nigeria, we may get someone from Kenya. So you diversify your revenue stream from other markets. So if you don't get it here, you may get it from other. Then sustainability. Sustainability in cross-border trade encompasses multiple aspects. First, by entering new markets, business can diversify their source of revenue in reducing their vulnerability to economic downturn in their home country. So diversifying your market presence through cross-border trade can help your business weather economic uncertainties. Secondly, expanding into regions with different economic cycle can help balance the impact of recession or market fluctuation. When one market experiences a recession, other regions may remain stable or even thrive. So businesses can also choose to engage in sustainability or sustainable practices by sourcing product or materials from regions where they are produced in an environmentally friendly manner or by adhering to internationally sustainability standards. Then increase access to uh, end customers. So when it comes to matters of this, if you look at some of the benefits, so cross-border trade dramatically expands a business reach by providing access to a global customer base. This increased access means that businesses can target and serve customers in regions where there may be higher demand for their product or services. Moreover, it allows businesses to cater to specific niche and demographic that might not exist or be adequately served in their home country. In some industries, domestic markets can become oversaturated, making it challenging to stand out. Expanding Expanding into cross-border trade allows your business to explore less competitive niche and establish a foothold before competitors catch on. So cross-border trade also allows businesses to build a diverse and loyal customer base across the world through the offering of quality products or services and exceptional customer experiences. Let's look for instance, Alibaba. People now buy from Alibaba at all time, anytime. Alibaba, they can order, they can get it, they know the number of days that it will take, and they know that surely this will be delivered. So it can help you to get customers that will stick with you. So over time, this customer base can become a valuable asset, contributing to ongoing scale sales and word of mouth marketing and brand advocacy. So for instance, as we are training people online from across the world, we may get people from different countries, different parts, where a time will come that people will just be talking about us to other people. I got my certification from here, and this was it. It was good. It was that. Whether it was good, it was bad, or it was this. People, word of mouth can work, and it will get a lot of people for you. Then also brand awareness, going into cross-border trade brings about brand awareness. So entering new market can enhance brand awareness and recognition. So it brings you up. So as you move into markets, you people begin to get to know you, be aware of your existence. So as your business operates in more regions, it gains exposure. So your business begins to gain exposure because you are entering into more market. Then exposure also diverse audience who may not have previous been familiar with your brand. So effective marketing and branding strategy tailored to each market can help increase brand visibility and create a positive brand image. For instance, let's use MTN as example. For those who are in Ghana, MTN started in South Africa. It moved to Nigeria, and now it is in Ghana. So it moves into various countries, and they have made a lot of. Now if you come to Ghana, the network, they are number one in Ghana. Nigeria, we can say they are number two, but they are making a lot when in this market. Over time, this can result in a stronger global brand presence and greater customer loyalty. So now a lot of people are stick with MTN. For instance, most of our things that we do, we use MTN on the internet, both one line, broadband, and all that. Then selling of niche product globally. In some cases, products or services that have limited demand in domestic market may find a more receptive audience in a market. Cross-border trade enables business to identify and target regions where niche or specialized product can thrive. It allows businesses to match their offerings with market demand more effectively, potentially turning low demand products into products into profitable ventures when marketed to the right audience. So challenges of cross-border trade. So cross-border trades also have challenges. So cross-border trade presents several unique challenges for businesses to overcome these challenges and thrive in international market. Businesses need to employ strategies and solutions tailored to their specific circumstances. Here are some of the cross-border trade challenges and how businesses can address them. So you can have customer export and transport regulations that you have to know. You have to deal with them. So navigating custom procedures. So custom procedures, import duties, and taxes in different countries can be complex and time-consuming. Failure to comply with this regulation can lead to delays, fine, or even confiscated goods, especially those who are dealing in goods, if I put those direct goods to the people. Then businesses should invest in custom compliance softwares or engage with customs brokers who have expertise in international trade. These are the people that we call the agents who help you. So automatic systems can also help generate accurate custom documentation and ensure compliance with the import regulation. It's essential to stay updated on the regulation of the country you are trading with and adapt your processes accordingly. So if you want to go into that. So currency and conversion payment processing, dealing with multiple currencies and payment methods can lead to confusion and increase the risk of currency exchange rate fluctuation and impacting profitability. For instance, even as it affects us, for those who are sending from outside Ghana, when you send, by the time the money gets here, there is a reduction of 3% because of the platform that we are using. So these are some of the challenges that you can encounter. So employing a robust payment gateway that supports various currencies and offer competitive exchange rate can simplify international transactions. So consider offering multiple payment options to cater for preferences of customers in different regions. Then logistics and shipping. Shipping across borders involve logistical challenges, including varying shipping costs, transmit time, and also tracking reliability. Customer expectation regarding shipping time can also differ widely. So partnering with reliable international logistic providers who may, so give me a second. Okay, so no. Okay, so let's move on. So partner with reliable international logistic providers who have experience in cross-border businesses can help ensure you remain compliant. It is important to also offer clear shipping options, take care of not hide any other fees at checkpoints. So this way buyers know exactly what they are paying for and aren't surprised with hidden customs fees when uh, packages arrive in their home countries. Then product compliance and standards. So for instance, if you are dealing under the AFTA, there is a competition policy. So if you want to trade across borders, you must look at the competition policy, what goods you can trade in other countries and what goods. And then the policy on source of origin, so the origin of the goods. All these things, you must know them. So product compliance. So different countries have varying product safety and quality standards. Ensuring your product meets these standards is essential to avoid legal issues and product um, and protect your brand reputation. So conduct thorough research on product regulation in your target market and make any necessary product adjustment to meet local standards. Then engage with product testing and certification organization required. When required, then clearly communicate compliance information to customers on your website and product packaging. So then disputes, this is where our interest is. So businesses can run into dispute with their partners. Businesses should therefore design friendly mechanisms to resolve sales. So when it comes to disputes, what dispute can you, maybe you are supplying to someone, delay, maybe defect, when maybe delay in payment and all that, you can encounter these challenges, or non-payment of good supply, you can encounter these challenges. And how do you deal with such situation? Then the issues of taxation, you have to also make sure that taxation and accounting, you have to make sure that you do more research on the country and how they take out taxation in the various countries so that you don't get yourself into trouble. So managing tax, including VAT, GST, and sales tax can be intricate when trading across borders. So non-compliance can result in financial penalties. Yes, so it is important to adhere to this. Then, so our interest now is cross-border dispute. So cross-border dispute, defining cross-border dispute refers to the process of resolving. So we give you that background when it comes to cross-border trade for you to understand what you're talking about the dispute. So cross-border dispute solution refers to the process of resolving conflict and dispute involving parties from different countries or jurisdictions. So cross-border dispute can be more complex due to different in legal systems. So some people use the civil system, some people use common law system, and we are not going into legal matters, but these are some of the things. So it can be different. Then different cultures, different languages, and also regulatory framework are different. So it makes cross-border disputes very complex. So various methods dispute solution methods such as negotiation, mediation, arbitration are employed to address this. But our interest is on mediation. So mediation can be used to resolve cross-border disputes. So what do you do in order to do that? You have to make sure that if you are trading with someone, there is a need to have um, an agreement with them. So the agreement should be able to contain, so the agreement should contain a mediation agreement or a mediation clause, which stipulates that in the event of a dispute, they are going to have their matter go through mediation. So as you were watching the video that I was showing before the class started, you realize that when it comes to, he was mentioning about Australia, when it comes to um, any commercial matters, the first thing to do is to go for mediation. That has been the culture there. So when you are entering into a new market, you must know the culture there. That this place, when something happens, what do they do first? So mediation, is it mediation available there? does my partner understand mediation and other things? So this is where you, as a practitioner, too, you can educate businesses and to help them to put mediation clauses in their contract. So by educating them, helping them to create pathways for them, this will also help you to practice as well. So it's not always about helping people to resolve the issues, but it's also about educating people, helping them to prevent, and helping them to also know when dispute happen, what they should do. So it is very important to understand this. So effective resolution, so importance of cross-border dispute resolution. Effective resolution of cross-border dispute is crucial for international trade, investment, and cooperation, as it promotes legal certainty and trust among parties. Because if there are ways to resolve issues among us, it creates that level of trust and for us to be able to trade without fear. So now we come to the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is AfCCA. Then the African Continental Free Trade Area is a free trade area founded in 2018 by the African Union, with trade commencing as of January 2021. So it was created by the African Continental Free Trade Agreement among 54 of the 55 African Union members, remain Eritrea. Eritrea is the only country that was not part of at the inception. So 44 also countries also signed to begin uh, in Kigali on 21st March 2018. Then this is the structure of the African Continental Free Trade Area. So the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area. There is a protocol on trading goods. So if you are trading in goods, there is a protocol for that. So you have to look for the protocol that talks about trade in goods. So I want to trade in South Africa. I want to trade in Ghana. I want to trade in Nigeria. What you have to get the agreement which talks about trading goods. So if you're a mediator and you want to help parties in this format, you have to also understand this mechanism. So there's a protocol on trading goods, there's a protocol on trading and services, there's a protocol on the procedure on settlement of disputes, then there's a procedure on competition policy, then the protocol on intellectual property, then the protocol on investment. So the protocol in the brown. Though this protocol on competition policy, protocol on intellectual property, and protocol on investment were protocols that are in phase 2 of the after implementation. But so now they have done the protocol on competition policy. They are working on protocol on intellectual property, and they are working on protocol on investment. So these are protocols that are not inside the original agreement. They made provision for it that they will continue to negotiate on the issue of competition policy. So this year at the Biashara conference in Lomé, Togo, one of the side event was on conference on competition policy. So there is a competition policy, a protocol on competition. So there was a conference on competition policy and law, so that African practitioners will begin to understand what after competition policy and law talks about, and to be able to function well within them, so that in an event you are trading under them, you know what to do as a country or as an individual who wants to go under it. So when you look at the policy too, we have annexes. So if you look at the agreement has annexes. And in the annexes, you see schedule of specific commitments, IMF exemptions, then annex on air transport, IMF exemptions, and that is custom exemptions and other things that the parties have agreed. So then you have second annexes. The second annexes is more on trading goods, though there's a schedule on tariffs. There's the rules of origin. There's a rules on origin. What are the rules of origin when it comes to this matter? There is a rule on origin. There is a custom cooperation and mutual administrative assistance. Then there is a trade facilitation, transit trade and transit facilitation, technical barriers to trade, sanitary and phytosanitary measures, the non-tariff barriers, then and that is NTBS, then also trade remedies. All these things have been made available in the agreement, and when you have such opportunities, you can look at them. Yes. Any question up to this stage?
No question. I guess this protocol can be found on the platform. I mean, on the website, AfCFTA website, right? Hello.
The volume is low. I don't know whether it's from me or what. Come again, please.
Okay, sorry. One of the facilitators called me, so sorry about that. Somebody, Kanye was talking. I didn't hear what he said, so if you can repeat again. Hello, Kanye, you were saying something. Hello? Okay. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, all right. So let's move on. So moving on. So the objective of AfCCA is to create a single market. So create a single market for Africans so that we can be able to trade among ourselves. So, well, single market means that trading goods and trading services, and also to facilitate movement of persons. So we should be able to enter. If I'm a Ghanaian, I'm moving from Ghana to Togo, Nigeria, or any part of Africa, I should be able to move there easily. And Ghana at the African Union Day on 25th of this month, the day that we started this class, declared or launched a visa free for African and launched an online platform to apply for free visas when you want to enter Ghana. When we went to Togo at the Biashara conference, Togo also announced a visa free. So these are Kenya has also done similar. There are other countries. I think Zambia has also done same. So gradually, Ghana has the same with Uganda and other places. So gradually, we are moving towards the borderless Africa, where it will be easy to move and cross to other countries to do business and come back to trade, to offer your services and come back to your country. Then achievement of the Agenda 2063. So the Agenda 2063 of Africa, making sure Africa become one and be able to do things as one people. Then to promote industrial development across the African divide and other things that after set up. So the scope cover trade in goods, trade in services, investment, intellectual property, and competition policy. So this is a major scope of the agreement. So the Secretariat Assembly shall establish a Secretariat. So the Secretariat has been established, and now the Secretariat is located in Ghana. So those who don't know, it is located in Ghana and is functioned under the African Union, and it operates from the funds that is granted from the African Union annual budget. So the rules and responsibilities of the Secretariat shall be determined by the Council of Ministers. So it's like the board for the board for the AfCCA is the Council of Ministers of the AU. The Council of Ministers are made up of sometimes the trade ministers of various countries, and these are the ways. Then dispute solution. When you go to dispute settlement under the AfCCA, that is Article 20 of the agreement. So the Article 20 of the agreement talks about dispute settlement. So a dispute settlement body is hereby established and shall apply to the settlement of dispute arising between state parties. So you have to understand and be able to educate people that if you are trading cross-border within Africa and you have a dispute with the other party, you cannot send it to AfCCA on your own as individual. You can't send it there. It is state parties. So Ghana can report South Africa to AfCCA if they are trading among them and they are having issue with maybe their citizens are having difficulty trading in South Africa or Nigeria. They can go under AfCCA and report those issues. So the state, so you have to go behind your state. So dispute settlement mechanism shall be administered in accordance with the protocol on rules and procedure on the settlement of disputes. So rules and procedure on the settlement of disputes. Then the protocol on rules and procedure on settlement of disputes shall establish, among other things, or entirely a dispute settlement body. So when you go to the AfCCA, there is a dispute settlement body. So Article 8 of the protocol on dispute settlement body, good office and conciliation and mediation. So you see good office, conciliation, and mediation. So state parties to a dispute may at any time voluntarily undertake a good office, a conciliation, or mediation. Proceedings that involve good office, conciliation, or mediation shall be confidential and be without prejudice to the right of the state in any other proceedings. So the good office, conciliation, or mediation may be requested by any party, any state party. So state parties can request the good office or mediation. So within when good office, conciliation, or mediation are entered into after the date of the receipt of the request for consultation, the complaining party must allow for 60 days. So you wait for 60 days of the date of receipt, request for consultation before requesting the establishment of a panel. So there is an appellate body, which is the panel. So if the mediation or conciliation or good office doesn't work, you request for the establishment of a panel to deal with the situation. Then state parties participating under this article may suspend or terminate the proceedings at any time if they consider that the good office, conciliation, or mediation has failed to settle the disputes. So if the state party to the dispute agree the procedure for good office, conciliation, or mediation may continue while the panel process also proceed. So 6, the head office of the secretariat may be requested by any state party to a dispute to facilitate the process of good office, conciliation, or mediation, including offering save. So such request shall be notified to the dispute resolution body. Then they also do arbitration as well. So to adjudicate between parties, and they also do arbitration as well. So the same way they do mediation, they can do arbitration as well. So know this, AfCCA is a wonderful agreement which recognizes arbitration, mediation, and all it is between state to state. It deals with state-to-state actors in the event of a dispute. However, the agreement failed to recognize the players like traders, service providers, private arbitrators, and also dispute resolution among non-states. So mediators, private mediators, you cannot just go and be resolving unless maybe AfCCA can take you to resolve uh, issues between state to state, but you cannot resolve issues between individual investors. So that is about cross-border dispute resolution. And any question up to this stage? Any question? If there are no questions, we move to the next presentation, which is opening mediation center. What can you do having completed the training? Do you want to open a center or do you want to practice as a freelance? What can you do? So let's look at it. So opening a mediation center. So mediation service provider is an area. So you now having gone through the training and you'll be after today, we'll share your assessment on the platform. There is an assessment for you to do. Once you pass the assessment, you'll be certified as a mediator. And having been certified as a mediator, you become a mediation service provider. So mediation service provider is where people with marketable talent, experience, and analytical ability and communication skills can operate either as a sole professional or as part of a larger consultancy environment. So you can be a sole practitioner or team up with partners or individuals to do. What can you do? So as I was mentioning, you can be doing training for traders, creating awareness, doing training for individual group of people, and to let them understand what mediation is and how they can use mediation to help their business dispute needs. So you can also be helping people to develop business dispute resolution pathways for the organization using mediation. You can help them. You can also be serving as a mediator, helping people to resolve their matters. Then also you can help in developing manual for people to understand mediation organization as pathways to resolve their matter, or serving as a dispute resolution officer for an organization. You may also be lucky to serve as a dispute resolution officer for an organization to assist them in maybe receiving cases, receiving various disputes, or helping people to bring their cases to the center. So we can be a registrar for now, or for now we have someone who is a registrar who will receive, if there are cases that people want to file, the registrar will receive same and direct the people on what to do. So you, as having been trained in this area, can be assisting an organization to do that. And there was a time even World Bank was also was looking for a mediation officer. That's last year. They were looking for mediation officer in Ghana. So these are some of the things that, if you are lucky, you can come across and benefit from that opportunity. And also establishing your own mediation center. If you build more capacity in the field, you can establish your own mediation center if you are able to receive cases and help them. But if you want to go into these practices, one thing that you must understand is that mediation is a regulated field, or depending on your jurisdiction. So you must do it in line with the law, the legal guidelines. You don't just do it anyhow. So for instance, whether or not the case is suitable for ADR and particularly mediation. So the case that the people are bringing to you, is it suitable for mediation? Is it amenable to mediation? Because we have mentioned that not all cases are amenable to mediation. So for instance, criminal matters. As a private mediator, don't get yourself involved in any criminal matter. Don't say that you're a mediator, so you go to a police station and tell them that they should give you this case to go and resolve. No, don't get yourself involved in any criminal matter. Any criminal matter of a sort as a mediator, a private mediator, remove yourself from it. Don't get involved. If a court refers a criminal matter to you, that is on a different level. But you as a mediator, do not be involved in any criminal matter. Do not. Then so know that the matter is suitable for ADR. If it is commercial matters, family matters, if it is issues that have to do with business to business disputes or individual to individual disputes, you have the power to enter to help the party. So there are cases that are suitable, landlord tenants disputes and boundary disputes. And the examples that we've been sharing with you. So you see that the example that we've been sharing, we have not brought in certain matters. So like maybe constitutional matters and other things, you don't get yourself in the interpretation of laws and that. You don't get yourself involved in those things. Then whether or not a claimant or plaintiff has authority. So we have been stressing on that even during your opening statement, where you need to find out, or it starts from even your office as the matter is being brought to your office or to you as a mediator. You have to find out from the parties whether the person bringing that particular matter has authority or not. Nobody can just walk into your office and bring the issue just like that. That the person has um, an interest, what does the interest is, and what authority that the person has to initiate that particular matter. Is the party or not a party or an assign in that particular matter? So it is important to do all these checks and for you to be on the good side. Then whether or not an ADR clause says so. Is the ADR clause saying so? They're saying that, oh, I have a contract with this particular person and we have a mediation. We said that we'll come for mediation today. We'll come for mediation at your center. But what shows that there is any clause that says that they should come for mediation? If there is, then they must show proof. They must show proof. They must show proof that there is, in fact, proof that they have the matter, the clause says so. So they should show you that, okay, this is the contract. So request for the contract, look for the clause, which clause says that. Then you look for it, then you are satisfied that, in fact, the clause says so. Then whether a court has indeed referred the matter to ADR or to mediation, as they will come to you and say that maybe when they were going to the court, they know in mind that you are a mediator and you are an ADR person, or they have seen an inscription on your office and say that we offer mediation services or we offer ADR services. So the moment the court mentioned that, oh, go to ADR for your matter to be resolved, the people just moved straight away and came to your office and said that we have been asked to come to you for a matter to be resolved. Find out who asked them to come. That the court, where did the court say that? So if they have any proof or any court reference document also, that means that the proceedings of the court, so they have to go for the proceedings and bring it to you to indicate that the court referred that particular matter to you if the court has not communicated to you. So that should be done. And also you can also write to the registry of the court and say that these parties have come to you saying that the court has referred matter. You want to confirm whether or not the court has referred such matter to you so that you don't get into trouble. Then managing the disputants to also consent to mediate. This entails invitation and clarification to the parties. So you as a mediator, when one person can come and see you, because the law permits that a parties can come and see individual. You don't even need to establish a center. So they can come and see you as an individual. Once they see you as an individual and they bring their issue to you, one person will come. So you must communicate to the other party and seek consent. I remember there is a case we received last month. We received the case and we called the other party. the other party, we wanted to meet, but she then narrated all the issues. We even were telling her that she wait, there will be time for us to meet. She didn't understand. She wanted to narrate all the issues and this and this. And we were patient for her. After that, we requested that if she is ready, that we can call for a meeting between the two of them. She said that she'll come to our office this month. So if it is today that you will see her, we don't know. So these are some of the things. Managing the people so that you can get them to the table. You can't coerce them, you can't force them. You manage them to get them to the table. And you communicate, don't keep the other party also in silence. You communicate with the other party that yes, I've spoken with this person and this is the situation. The person said this. So you communicate, you manage them and get them to the table. Then knowing the provisions of the mediation law in your country. So your mediation law, the mediation law in your country, you have to know. Like in Ghana, if you are doing mediation, you have to know section 63. You have to know section 64. You have to know section 84. You have to know, in fact, all the provisions under the part 2 of the act. You have to understand them so that you can apply them well. Then how do you make people know your new skills? So it all starts from mindset. Have the mindset of a mediator. So a mindset of a mediator. Do you see yourself as a mediator? And how does people see you? When issues happen within your community, how do you conduct yourself? Does people view you? Do they view you as someone who can assist them, or you are just like any other person? So the mindset, you start from you, your mind, and how you begin to conduct yourself and how you comment on certain matters. Do you take sides on certain matters? So sometimes issue happen and you the person who is calling yourself the mediator jump into the issue and even be calling people names and all that. You, the mediator, what mindset do you have? So you must have a mindset, and it should also start from natural outgrowth. So it should be a practice that you feel to practice, not that because you want money, you want to practice. You must have a passion for it. It should be a natural outgrowth. It should grow within you and your willingness to assist people. Because then also the Bible also says, for those who are Christians, the Bible also says that blessed are the peacemakers, and they shall be called the sons of God. Matthew 5, verse 9. So these are some of the things. So you should be outgrow if you want to be called a son of God. Your mindset is that I want to be this. So you grow towards that. Then letting close network know the skills you have now. So like your LinkedIn, you post that I have acquired these new skills. Your WhatsApp status, you post your Facebook status. Your church, you can announce. But once you are announcing in this area, your behavior, the way you carry yourself must also depict the skills that you are saying you carry. So are you the same as us, but you are saying you carry the skill, but we don't see any change, any difference. So it must also depict that. Then writing articles. So now people will see you posting, comments, discussing, talking about mediation, how mediation can help resolve marital issues, how mediation can help resolve contractual issues, how mediation can help resolve cross-border issues, how mediation can help resolve labor disputes. So you start talking about these matters, writing them, posting them on social media, on your WhatsApp status, talking about these things will help people to know, oh, okay, now this is the area this person is chatting now. Then also joining panels for discussion. When you see there is a conference, there is a panel for discussion, you join, you discuss, you talk about the issues and make sure that you understand. Then educating people in your community. So your church, your mosque, or social groups on mediation. So you all belong to groups. You tell maybe the leaders that today there's a new skill that I have acquired. I want to come and have a discussion with you. Meet them, have a discussion with them, educate them about mediation, the efficacy of mediation, and how mediation can be useful to the group and the church, the community. You can have opportunity to be talking about that. Then the key aspect in that, start with what you know. What do you know now? What have you gotten? what are the understanding that you've gotten for the past 5 days that we've been online, we've been together? What impact have you had, and what do you want to take it, your key takeaway? So start with what you know. I am good in writing, so start writing. I'm good in talking about this, start advocating. I'm good in doing this in mediation, start doing that. This is how you start. This is how you present yourself to the market, to the community. And there is no better way of starting with than start with what you know. So start with what you know. So can you also open a center? Yes. If you develop more skills in this sector, you can open it. You can open a center. So opening a center, mediation center, are supposed to. So centers are supposed to serve as a tool that empowers people in conflict to be judges in their own case through the neutral rule of the center and its officers. So if you are forming a center, know that you are forming a neutral center that you will come and serve as a middle person, a middle institution to assess disputancy, disputing parties, and to serve as a refuge for disputing parties. So the establishment of mediation center must therefore satisfy all legal requirements. So if you want to establish an ADR center or mediation center in your jurisdiction, you must look at your laws within your country. How do you establish a business or a consultancy or a service providing firm? So you are going to provide a service. So you look at how can you register that service, then administrative processes that you need, the environmental issues that you need to comply with, your local assembly and other places that you need to register to have, so that these businesses, people will now know you. So types of setups, mediation setups. So you can go in as a solo. So you can go in as a solo. So your center will be a sole proprietor. So a solo, that is enterprise. So a sole proprietor or a sole person in the field. Or you can team up with a group of people and form partnership. Or you can be a company limited by a limited liability company by shares or by guarantee. And they are all requirements that you have to follow. For those who are in Ghana now, there is an establishment of the National ADR Center. So a time will come that if you are establishing a center, you will need a license from them, and those established already a time will come will be requiring to needing license from them. So these are some of the things that will be happening in the system. So depending on your country. Now, those who are in Kenya, there is also a discussion around having mediators trained mediators versus lawyers, issues surrounding the issue, who should be allowed to be mediators. There are issues that they are discussing now, which I think some of the bar was not happy about some conduct of certain mediators, and they are raising concerns. And these are issues that you have to also take interest in and open your eyes on that, so that at the end of the day, you can be able to satisfy yourself with that. And we have, so if you want to set up a center, having developed more skills in that, and you feel confident in establishing an office, you must have your reception, your center's administrator or your registrar, conference hall with a sitting capacity of at least 5 people, where the mediator can sit and 2 people can sit opposite side. It is very important to know that. And chefs, files, center manuals or rules. So your rules governing your center procedures. How do people come to you? So because if you are going into ICC has rules how you file your request for mediation. The same way, if you want to establish a center, you must also follow that particular way. Case lodgement form or request form. So your request form, how can people request for mediation? Computers and printers and other things that will be helpful to you. So for instance, the reception can be this. So as a small start, you can be sitting here. Your administrator may be sitting here, or your registrar may be sitting here. Then inside can be your conference room, as simple as that. And then the conference room can be this, a seat, a seat. So if you are going to have a mediation and you are co-mediators, one should not sit here and one sit here. It's either the two of you are here, all of you are there. Or if you even have a secretary, let the secretary come and join you here so that all of you can discuss the matter. Unless maybe the parties are multiple, so one party will be here, one party will be there, and the one party will be there, and the mediator can be here. So that is also. So this is a recommended conference room. This is also recommended conference room. Conference room can be this. This is also recommended for conference room. This can be used for even what type different cases. This is a certain arrangement. So the mediator sits in the middle, the parties on the various side. Why do we do that? We do this because tempers can go high and parties may begin to attack each other. So the mediator becomes a buffer zone for the parties. So this can be a reception, but this shouldn't be a conference room where the mediator will be sitting here. Then the parties are here. It is dangerous. Parties can attack each other. So because when you are talking, sometimes tempers can go high and parties may begin to attack each other, so this is not suitable for mediation. It can be your reception, a very nice place as a reception. So for instance, something like this is not suitable. So see where the mediator is and see where one party is and imagine this person is angry and slap the woman from the back. What will happen? So these are some of the things that we have to look at. So how do we come to your center? So it can be ad hoc referrals to ADR, or ADR clause in a pre-existing agreement. Then how do they file the request or filing of request for mediation, managing parties to also come to you? So if it can be ad hoc where parties do not have any clause, or they may have a clause, but the clause is not referred to a particular center. So it means that it's an ad hoc. So they can walk into any place and request that you assess them, or they can choose their own process, or they can come and choose you because they don't have any center. They can come and choose you because for you as an individual to assess them. Or it can be a pre-existing clause in an agreement, which the same way the agreement may not be specific, but you have to assess them. So then filing of how do they file their request to your center? So you must have a request form that you may make it available. As I showed you the last time, your request form may be available online, or it may be available in a physical space where they can file. When they file, then you have to inform the other party, manage them to be on the table. So tools to have: one, your center rules, request form, scale of fees. So how much do you charge them if they are filing their issues? Every country is different, so you have to look into your country, how much they charge. In Ghana, there is no specific fee now, so it's as every center decide. For instance, as I showed you on our platform, depending on the nature of the case, if you are filing, you pay between 500 and 1,000 Ghana cedis, 1,500 and 1,000 Ghana cedis, depending on the nature of the case. Then when you come, we have a scale of fee for the process itself. So that will take care of administrative fee and also the mediator's fee. This is how things are done. Then the register. So you have to have a register of mediators if the parties do not want you as the mediator, but they want other mediators. There should be a register where they can exercise their franchise from and choose from. So there's the need to do that. Then case management system. Case management system doesn't mean anything difficult. It can be an Excel sheet where you enter the cases that you have received and how the cases are progressing. Or you can have a book, rule lines, the date you receive the case, the date you got consent from the other party, and the date for maybe pre-mediation, the date for the actual mediation, and whether or not there was an outcome, or there was an adjournment, or the mediation has ended. All these things are very important for you to understand. Then we have functions of a mediation center. A mediation center does case intake, case administration, process management, and safekeeping of information. So when it comes to case intake, this is where the problem is. So if you are taking cases, whether or not the case is suitable for mediation, so you have to understand, as we look at the legal guidelines, you have to look at, if you are taking a case, is this case that I'm taking suitable for mediation? is the case suitable, or whether or not claimant or plaintiff has the authority. If the person bringing the issue to mediation has authority to do so, whether or not an ADR clause says so, as we discussed, then whether a court has indeed referred the case to mediation, then would there be the need to do preliminary meeting with the parties before the actual mediation, like pre-mediation and other things? Is it needed? What channel of communication will be useful, will be good for us to communicate? Can the mediation be done maybe online or physical? These are the things that you have to during the case. Then identification of parties. There are people who will come and bring the case, but after they narrate and certain line of questioning, you realize that even the person that they are bringing is not the right person that they have to bring. So, for instance, we went for a community mediation where somebody brought an issue that he gave his car to a friend to give to a particular people that he doesn't have a contact with. The friend that has contact with to give him, in exchange, they will give him a land. But here is the case that your friend is dead and there is no receipt as to whether they received the car or not and who is the contact person there. But because you think that these are the people that you have gotten to know, you want to invite them for the mediation. But what shows that they received the car, and even you don't even have their contact details and other things. So it is important for you to understand this. So at the end of the day, you cannot initiate a mediation process because what do you have with the other people? Have you seen them driving your car or using your car? Or how did the car even get to them? These are some of the things that you have to be asking. Identification of parties, to know the real party. So the person who is supposed to show that, yes, I took the car for the purpose of getting the land for him, but I did not, I gave the car to this person for the land, but the person did not give. The person is no more. So who do you go and attack? Then the issues. So sometimes they will narrate plenty things, but you have to help them narrow down the case. Sometimes you realize that the issue is about maintenance or not taking care of the home. But the person can narrate, and even when the person met her, why she even accepted the proposal from the person and what has been happening over the years and all that. So these are some of the things that you have to be able to identify the key issue. Then after doing that, you have to open a dispute file. So a file for each case, assigning a case number. What case number is that? Then the management system also comes in. The fees, then the fees. So we must have a fee structure because at the beginning, at the receiving end, you must be able to. So the administrative and the case intake works together so that you can be able to deal with the matter perfectly. Then process management, a case emanating from a clause or working. So if the case is coming from a clause, you deal with it differently. If the case is coming from if it is coming from a working, they don't have any clause, maybe it can be a relationship issue. It can even be a business issue, but they just entered and they started trading among themselves. When you go to the market, is there plenty where people start giving their goods to people to go and sell and pay later or other things. This can bring disputes. So when it brings issues, this person may not have any agreement with the other party. So can they come for mediation? Yes, they can. So when they come, such matters, how do you run the process? So the process means that you have to receive the case, get consent from the other party. So you have to get consent from the other party. Or if it is a case referred by a court, how do you run it? Or if it is a case by a court, then the nature and the features should be the same. The title and everything should be the same as it came from the court. Then when you finish, it will go back to the court. So you have to report back to the court. If it is not a case that came from the court, then when they finish, the matter is done. There will not be any institution to refer the matter to again. Or then venue, where does the people want to sit for the mediation? Where then practitioner selection. Practitioner selection can also be done administratively together with the process, because once you start the process, the parties have to agree. Once they are a consent to the process, they come for maybe a preliminary meeting. At the preliminary meeting, they select a mediator, or they can agree to you, the person who is now engaging them as your mediator. Then fee for practitioners, so fee for the practitioner, payment terms, duration of the process, you can agree with them. Then the outcome. The outcome, if it is mediation, it should be in what? Writing. So confirmation of dispute solution clause, if it is has a clause, then the process. So confirmation of dispute solution clause, if there is, or premediation. So premediation can also happen, having got in touch with the other person. Selection of a mediator, consent to mediate. So after selection, the parties must consent to mediate. Then the mediation process will start. Then you have an outcome. So selection of the practitioners or a mediator can be selected by the parties. So selection by the parties. That is the first option. Then the second option is that appointing authorities or institutions. So parties can also decide that we want to waive our right and ask that the center provide us with a list of mediators that we can choose from, or you help us to choose a mediator subject to our approval. So all these things can be done. So these are various ways that parties can appoint a mediator. So then safekeeping of information gathered. So forms of outcomes. If mediation is supposed to be written outcome. Discarding of notes. So the notes that you took during the mediation settings, just to guide you and for you to refer to why the thing that they are saying and the agreement that they are making, you discard them. The parties also do the same. So it can be shredded, it can be teared, you discard them. And it cannot be accessible to any of the parties. Then information to keep. What information are you supposed to keep? So the information to keep, one, you keep the request form. If there are any supporting document, you keep them. You keep the letters that you wrote to the other party. You keep them. You keep the consent to mediate. You keep it. Then you keep the outcome. So all these things are put together, and it will be on a file and saved in the hands of the center, so that in the event parties have lost their own or they cannot find their own, they can come back to your office and apply for a copy. And these are important for you to keep them. Enforcement of an outcome. You must be clear from the beginning of the process that you, the mediator, are always process expert or process manager. Having completed the process, your work is done as a mediator, and you cannot go to court to enforce the outcome for any of the parties or to be engaged in the enforcement of the outcome. That is not your business, unless maybe a court subpoena you to come. If the court comes, as I mentioned yesterday, you go and you mention the provisions of the law, and you thank the court for inviting you to clarify and clarify. Yes, I know these two people, they came for an agreement, and that is the agreement that they have presented. So you can have also a copy to verify what they are having, and that ends it. Then what next? What next is that you are done with mediation and you move on to the next case. So in summary, putting the steps together. Step one of the parties to a dispute approaches the mediation center and requests for mediation. So definitely one person will approach the mediation center. Not all of them will approach the mediation center. One person will definitely approach the mediation center. So one person, the person who will approach the mediation center, or one person will approach the mediation center. Then step two, the mediation center gets in touch with the other party whom a claim has been filed against. So the mediation center gets in touch with the other party whom a claim has been filed against. Then step three, the mediation center provides a list of available practitioners from which the parties may select their mediator, or the parties decide on the appointment procedures or the appointment procedure. So the center can provide them with a list, or the parties will tell you how they want practitioners to be appointed. This is how we want to go. Then step 4, the mediation center, in consultation with the parties and the chosen mediator, determine the date and place when the process will take place. So place, the dates, and when the process will take place. So the mediation center may offer premises. So for instance, AfCCoDR, we have premises. So if the parties want to use the premises, fine, they can. But if they want another place where it will be more conducive for them, maybe we don't have the things that they may need, so they want to go into other places to have them, that is also fine. So they can go to that particular place and get that. Yes. Then step 5, if the dispute is settled through mediation, the mediation center will keep a copy of the terms of settlement on its file. Step 6, if the dispute remains unresolved, the parties may follow a recognized route for resolution of their dispute, or through arbitration or litigation. So the parties may find available routes that they want to use to settle their matter, whether arbitration or litigation. So finally, when the parties get an outcome from the mediation process, the outcome will be enforced through the court system by the parties, not the mediation center. Then, thank you. Any question on this presentation? Any question? Any question?
The questions are,
Okay.
where mediation, both parties decide that, or one party decide that it takes outside your mediation center, what will you do? And even they have a preferred place they want the mediation should take place, but that place they are requesting for you to inquire and also settle payment is costly more than where you are, your center is costly more than your center. What will you do?
So if the parties request for outside place for the mediation, it is the parties that will pay, not the center. The center will not be the one to pay for the hotel or the venue for the mediation. No, not the center. So it is the parties. The parties think that we don't want to do it here, so we want to take you somewhere and pay for them. That is so bad. So it is not you. So it's not the individual or the center that pays for it. It is the parties that will pay for the the issue. So that is
A
what you
follow
have to. Okay.
up. Then, if so, then the other thing is that they want the mediation, but they don't also want you to be the mediator. Rather have a preferred mediators they want, if they can come in. Is it okay to allow, maybe one party came to lay the complaint, then after it, the other party said, yes, I am willing, but where you have sent it, I rather prefer it. This person does it for me.
Yes, so that is subject to the agreement of the parties. So you, the mediator, if they don't want you, you can't force yourself on the parties. So it is parties' choice. If the parties want to use you, the mediator, so be it, they can use you. But if the parties doesn't want you, so be it. Or if your center can also, I remember there was a case that we received with a different firm than this. When we wrote to the other party and said that we have received this case and we want to take it forward and they should give us their feedback and all that. They said they don't know our center that then, I think around 2017 or 2018, they don't know that particular center and they prefer a particular center. Then they said that yes, that is very fine. So what we did was that we informed the other party that the people have said that they are not willing to use our center, and for that matter, they want a different center. So we encourage that they use what the two of them may agreed upon. But it shouldn't be a banter and say that I want this, and if you don't want this, I also don't want this, and to be a back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We don't want that. And so what the parties decide to do, that is fine. So they can also use that in order to get a particular or the case resolved. So you don't force yourself on the parties. When the parties say that no, we want a different person, or sometimes they can even bring it to your center. That is why I mentioned that you should have a register of mediators and arbitrators or any person, so that when a case comes and the parties do not want you, you can now use or serve as a mediator for them or that person that they want. So if they don't want, they say that no, madam, we want another person to serve as the mediator. Can you give us a list? You give them, so that they can select the person who they want to be the mediator. Not necessarily because you are the person that they came to meet, you must do the mediation for them. No, it doesn't work that way. Okay, any other question, please? Any other question? Okay, so I've been talking for morning up to this time. So if there are no other questions, we are going to take a break. We are going to take a 30 minutes break. So it's now at 12, let's say 12. And so we'll be back at 12:30. I hope it's okay for all of us.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Thank
so we'll be
you.
back at 12:30 so that we can conclude our discussions and end the training. So 12:30, we'll see you all. So please do not log off. You can just mute and be there. We'll see you at 12:30. Thank you. You don't refuse to recognize these issues. So if you refuse to ignore them, you'll be in trouble. So when it comes to language, religion, family structure, tradition, gender roles, authority system, and conflict norms. So there are places, even discussions, there are certain people who are not supposed to participate. There are places women are even not welcome at the table. There are places certain men are also not welcome. So you have to understand this cultural issue so that in helping to select, especially people to be on the table, you don't commit a mistake in that. So you'll be sensitive to what your surroundings and what can affect the outcome. So African cultural pluralism in numbers. So African cultural pluralism. So in numbers, 54 sovereign nations. So Eritrea is part, so making 55. So sovereign nation, over 3,000 plus ethnic groups, over 2,000 plus languages. So when it comes to Africa, even when you look at Ghana alone, Ghana has over 90 something ethnic groups and over 60 something languages that plays out. So it is very important for us to understand that there's a lot of cultural pluralism in the African context. So cultural identity intersects with ethnicity, religion, history, and also community belonging. So why culture matters for mediators? Culture shapes how people express conflict. So how there are people, when you do them something, the way they react, it is based on the way they were raised or the way where they come from, the way they have been oriented. So how they will express conflict, how they will define fairness. So what is fair to them, what is just, based on their culture, they will use it to define what's just, what is unjust. Then how they will negotiate solutions, then restore relationship. Note, ignoring culture does not make mediation neutral. It creates hidden cultural bias. So sometimes these are the people. Sometimes there are certain, even what you wear, how you even talk, how you approach them, will even let the people know that maybe you are biased or not. So key implication for mediators, communication styles differ. We should understand that communication style differ, the way we talk differ. So some of the people, we may be talking to them and they will have their hand at their back, but some of them may see hand at the back is in a different view. Some of them you see their hands are in in front. Some of them, somebody may be talking and be waving their hands and other things. In some cultures, you can't do that. So you must understand the communication style. There are some places you can, when somebody talks to you, you can't use your head to answer. All these things are very important for you to understand. So, authority structures vary. Silence carry meaning. So resolution expectation are culturally shaped. So hot states six cultural dynamics. So dimension. So power distance. What are the power dynamics? The last time we look at power, what are the power dynamics? Then we have the collectiveness. How do they see themselves as one? Then uncertainty in avoidance, masculine versus feminine, where between female and women and men. What are the relationship? Long-term orientation and also indulgence versus restraint. So mediation implication, you must respect the certain places, respect for elders and also authority figures. Group harmony may also outweigh individual interests and also needs for structure and clarity. So competition versus relationship preservation, then focus on future relationship and reputation. And so emotional expression vary culturally. Some of them, when they cry, some of them may cry. Some of them, when issue affects, some people may cry, some people may not cry. So it is important to do that. So high communication in African mediation context by Hall in 1976. He said many African cultures communicate indirectly through relationships, through tone. Some of them, we all sometimes we say that, oh, these people, they have a high tone when they speak. They are loud. We say that. Then some people are also silent in nature. Some people talk through proverbs. In Africa, we can talk through proverbs based on the storytelling. Sometimes storytelling, sometimes non-verbal cues are very important. So key implication is that silence may signal reflection or disagreement. Direct confrontation may be avoided. Body language carries meaning, and storytelling may communicate positions indirectly. So we must take into consideration of that. So high text, indirect communication, silence meaning, relationship centered, and also non-verbal cues. So low context, direct communication, sometimes they may be talking, silent or uncomfortable. Sometimes they may be silent, but you can see from their non-verbal behaviors that they are not comfortable. Then task-centered. Sometimes maybe because of the task, that is why they have come together, not because they want to be there. Then some of them may also use certain explicit words which are very important to take notes. So case example for misinterpreted in community mediation. A mediator from maybe southern Ghana facilitated a land dispute between two families in the northern Ghana. During the negotiation, one elder remained silent throughout the session. The mediator intercepted the silence as an agreement and pushed the parties towards settlement. However, in that community, silence from an elder signals serious disagreement and a need for further clan consultation. The agreement later collapsed because the elder's authority has not been properly acknowledged. So this is something that you have to know, and know the cultural implications and the dynamics within, and being sensitive to it. So reflection question: what cultural assumption did the mediator make? How should silence have been interpreted? And what culturally sensitive strategy could have been used? So please let me hear you. This is your question. Oh, who is talking? No one is talking. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, are we here?
Hello.
We're asking from this case study, what cultural assumption did the mediator make? No one is talking.
So, hello there.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So by the case, I mean the cultural assumption the mediator made was that the the silence of the man means agreement. That's what we generally say in our local parlance. Silence means consent. But I realize, well, interrogating it, perhaps it could be that the man is not talking because he doesn't feel respected enough, or perhaps uh, in his area, silence means he still disagrees with the way and manner mediation is going.
Okay, thank you. Now, there are four types of bias to recognize. There are some things that are ethnocentric, judging another culture using your own standards. Then there are certain implicit automatic assumption about ethnic or languages. Then process bias, imposing rigid mediation procedure. Then languages privilege, advantage based on language fluency. So maybe the person cannot speak as you are speaking in your language, but you see impose that the mediation will be conducted in this, which will not help that particular party. So have you ever misunderstood someone from another culture during a conflict or mediation? This is a reflection that you have to know. So the mediator self-check question: what assumption do I carry about authority, time, and silence? That my mediation model privilege certain cultural communication style. Am I treating elder or spiritual authority as a barrier rather than a resource? Am I allowing one party's language fluency to grant them implicit advantage? Have I sought culturally specified context before entering this mediation session? Am I interpreting silence or indirect speech as obstruction? Would I describe the behavior as difficult if the party were from my own culture? All these things are supposed to check you as the mediator. So practical strategy for culturally sensitive mediation. So cultural assessment, understand authority, language, and communication norms within the people that you are meeting. Flexible procedure design, allow rituals, storytelling, and consultation. So if the parties say that in our place, we have to pour libation before any meeting starts, allows them, you are not part of that, allows them to do their own rituals. If they all agree that they want to do it, allow them. If after the program they want to do something to pacify the god, allow them. You don't need to, no, as for me, I'm a Christian, so I don't allow this thing. It is not your case, it is their case. So you are there to help them to structure, to help their case. If they what they want is to do this to help their case, to allow them. Engage community structure, involve elders and religious leaders appropriately. So engage elders well, understand how things are done in the community. Then co-mediate within cultural insight and when necessary. Sometimes you may not know the terrain inside. You may be a subject or a process expert, but you may not know the cultural terrain inside. So let the people recommend someone they think will be also useful and co-mediate with that particular person. Then inclusive language, use interpreter or plain language. Then appropriate agreement, use culturally recognized agreement methods. So key takeaways for your practice. Cultural shapes every mediation process, especially with the African context. So Africa requires context-specific mediation approaches. Silence and indirect communication matter. So cultural competence requires continuous self-awareness, and flexible mediation process improve legitimacy. And community structures can strengthen durable agreement. So reflection question. Think about a mediation you have conducted or observed, discuss with a partner. What cultural assumptions shape the process? Were any communication style misunderstood? How could the process have been more culturally sensitive? So personal commitment. Identify one action you will take within the next 30 days to improve your cultural competence in mediation. So as you go out, know this and practice it well. Thank you. Any question on this? Any question? Okay. Any question?
Thank you so much. When you talk about consultation in this case, do you, I'm trying to imagine in which context is it consulting the cultural experts or just the communities or custodians, or is it the
This
public?
consultation.
I don't know.
Okay, this consultation is more on community. So for instance, you have a community issue that you are resolving. So you have to take into consideration the leaders, elders, religious leaders, so that you can consult within the community well. And sometimes you have to even go behind to see whether they have used other mediators or practitioners before, and why is it that they were unable to resolve such matter. So that is how it is.
Thank you.
And pay the relevant tax that are applicable. Okay, so let's move on to the next. Okay, so bringing all the things that we have learned, so as we did, so conducting mediation, as we discussed earlier, so conducting mediation is in two ways, whether the people walk into your office with a dispute solution clause or mediation clause, or without a clause. So if they are without a clause, you have to understand whether it is going to be an ad hoc or is an institutional mediation. If they are with a clause, if they are without a clause, it's a walk-in. So you help the parties to file, a mediator or the center getting in touch with the other party, uh, pre-mediation conference, selection of the mediator, selection of the rules, signing of the consent to mediate, then selection of governing law, mediation process, and you have an outcome. Then we said that you develop a checklist as a mediator, develop a checklist. Mediator, develop a checklist where you know that at this point I welcome the parties. The next thing is to introduce yourself. So welcome, introduce yourself, educate them about mediation, your role, experience, and the center, and add your experiences. Ground rules, consent to mediate, sign the consent form. Any auxiliary issue can also be addressed, washrooms, and maybe time to take medication and other places. So transition, then their readiness to continue with the process, know if the time is right for them to begin before beginning. 8, party statement, first speaker, claimant, then the second speaker, that is the respondent, then summarize what was said and create an agenda for the discussion. So it's very important, create an agenda for the discussion. Discuss the agenda, generate options from the discussion, look for possible areas of agreement. So look for possible areas of agreement, search for solution to areas where both parties disagree, draft your possible solution or outcome as a mediator, read it back to the parties for confirmation for the necessary corrections, then finalization of terms of settlement and signature. Finalization of terms of settlement and signature. Then closure, give each party a signed copy. Give each party a signed copy of the terms of settlement. Then photocopy or print out a signed copy of what both parties agrees as terms of settlement, just as after the mediation session, and hand it over to both parties, as I've always mentioned. So that is about the process. So as we discuss, prepare the parties, so opening statement, establish protocol, the GOES protocol, that is for them to be gentle, honest, open, sincere, and to talk. Establish confidentiality, confirm authority, confirm time, That is depending on the time, describe rules of the mediator, authority, and everything, and find out whether they are ready to proceed. Uncover stage, that is the storytelling stage. What are you here to resolve today? Listen, look at the speaker, no notes, acknowledge after each party speaks, thank you, reframe to neutralize a word or create title for the conversation, confirm and write circumstances on chat, learn the significance of the circumstances, parties now talk to each other, remind parties of the GHOST protocol, invite the parties to talk to each other and tell each other what is important to you. Listen, look at the listener, wait, can take notes, trust in the process, wait, let them talk, support conciliatory gestures when left unnoticed by the other parties, and confirm prospects and write on chat. Search the possibilities. So your opportunity now is to generate options that will meet your unique and common needs, and I'll capture them here on the chat. What can you do to resolve the dispute? We're looking at these options, and at this stage, alternatives or possible solution must also be generated. The process works best when there is an idea to work with. Write down our options, analyze each option with the parties, ask what do you agree to do, what would you like the plan to say, confirm the plan by reading it out, and confirm commitment to the plan. Then closure, review the purpose, review the purpose, review the process, tear up the note to confirm confidentiality, confirm feasibility and alternative to implement the plan, and treat parties to use the protocol techniques to deal with one another in other circumstances that may arise in future. So that is then we have looked at this case one, that's Jane and Mark. We have looked at Sarah, Tom, and Lisa. We have looked at Okaja and Mo. And our final is this, right? So thank you so much, and I want to congratulate all of you on how far you have come. So someone should read for us.
Already.
Okay, go ahead.
Case study 4. The Asiama family owns a successful claim of grocery stores. The founder, Mr. Asiama, is retiring and wants his eldest son, Mensah, to take over. However, his daughter, Akosua, who has been heavily involved in the business, feels overlooked. Issues. Mensah has the experience and Mr. Asiama's support, but lacks Akosua's innovative ideas and recent contributions. Akosua feels undervalued and believes her contributions warrant a leadership role. Other family members are divided in their support, adding to the tension. Required assist the family to develop a succession plan that recognizes Akosua's contributions and ensures the business's continued success while maintaining family harmony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for reading for us. Now, let's get our mediators. Who want to be the mediator for today? Hello, who want to serve as the mediator? Final mediator. Hello?
Yes, sir. I don't know whether any of the questions you referred that is here Office of the Racial Committee. If you could repeat that. Okay. So we got extra with the response to come back and package those for you. So all right, thank you very much. Whether we are not taxing an illegality because Section 8 of the Companies Act suggests that business, the NGO should not carry out business. Then Section 5 of the income tax is that, well, the business income of the NGO should be subject to tax. You know, there isn't, we are not taxing an illegality. You know, there's a clear provision in the income tax act that provides a cure for your question. If you go to Section 20 of the income tax act, and the questioner can write the section down well for a Section 22 of the income tax act. It says that legality or an illegality of the income material for that income to be subject to tax. In other words, you do not have an estimate that the source of a particular income is illegal. No matter that income.
Okay, now I'll appoint. Okay, Kanyi, you have not served as a mediator before. So Kanyi, you are a mediator now. Can you hear me? Hello, Kanyi, can you hear me? Kanyi, are you there?
Hello, Mr. Asabe. I can hear you, but I'm not fully available. I'm in an environment where there's.
Okay, then let me move on to Mr. Yenchi. Then Mr. Yenchi, you are the next mediator. If Kanyi cannot do it, are you there?
Okay.
Okay, Madam Anas. Madam Anas, can you hear me? Thank you for joining us.
Yes, please, I can hear you.
Okay, so we have read the case study, so you can let them read it again now. The class is yours. I was just standing in for you once you have come. So please take over.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope my background is not noisy.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to meet you again. So, if you could read the case study for my hearing as well, can I have someone read it for me? Any volunteer to read the background, please? Hello?
They have finished reading, But maybe if you want them to read it again, that's fine.
Yes, I want someone to read it again for me. I beg you.
I'll try,
Can
but
someone help me? Yes, kindly read it for me. I beg you.
The ACPSEA family owns a successful chain of grocery stores. The founder, Mr. ACPSEA, is retiring and wants his eldest son, Mensa, to take over. However, his daughter, AfCCoDR, who has been heavily involved in the business, feels overlooked. Mensa has the experience and Mr. ACPSEA's support, but lacks AfCCoDR's innovative ideas and recent contribution. AfCCoDR feels undervalued and believes her contributions warrant a leadership role. Other family members are divided in their support, adding to the tension. To develop a discussion plan that recognizes AfCCoDR's contributions and ensures the business continued success while maintaining family harmony. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. So, as usual, I will look for volunteers. And this time around, I'm sure most of you have had opportunity to mediate. So I want a neutral person, someone who has not taken part before. So, Kwesi Boateng, have you mediated before? Hello, Kwesi Boateng, have you mediated before? Is Kwesi online? So so Josephine has mediated. Gloria, I think so. Gillian, we haven't met before. Good afternoon. May I know who has not mediated before? I always want all of us to try. Mr. Asari, you need to help me. Who hasn't mediated?
Those who have not mediated before, I think I have
They are very quiet.
Mr. Irenchi and Kanye. But Kanye said he's at a place where there is noise.
Okay.
But I don't know whether Mr. Irenchi is also available to mediate.
There is noise, he cannot talk.
So
Okay. So Mr. Yinchi, can you be a mediator, please? Or he can also not talk. Hello. Any volunteer to be a mediator, I beg you. All right. No one wants to mediate. Okay, maybe let me try. Let me do the mediation. And then at the end of the day, I want you to critique it. So then let's look at the parties. We have a Siama. So the Siama family, Mr. Siama is retiring, wants his elder son, Mensa, to take over the company. However, his daughter, AfCCoDR, who has been heavily involved in the business, feels overlooked. Okay. So Mensa has the experience and Mr. Semia's support, but lacks AfCCoDR's innovative ideas and recent contributions. AfCCoDR feels
undervalued and believes her contribution warrants a leadership role. Other family members are divided in their support, adding to the tension. So, to develop a successful plan that recognizes ACPSEA's contributions and ensures the business continued success while maintaining family harmony. All right. So I'll volunteer to mediate this case. I will need a claimant. Let's say Mensa is a claimant and then ACPSEA is the respondent. And Mr. Siama could also be part of the parties. So maybe Mr. Siama will join. Who is he supporting? He's supporting Mensa. So Mr. Siama can join Mensa, and then ACPSEA will be the respondent. So let's have volunteers for Mr. Siama, Mr. Mensa, and then ACPSEA the respondent. So let me hear from you. Can I hear from you, please? Any volunteer for Mr. Siama? Mr. Azari, your people are not talking. I wouldn't know who is available to talk. And so if you could help me with that.
I don't know what's happening. Hello, can
Yes.
we all come together and end this meeting peacefully? Because this is our last activity that we are done. Okay, so let's say Reverend Doctor is being Mr. Siama. So let ACPSEA will be Josephine. Then Mr. Mensah will be Gloria. So as and when we need Gloria, you come in. So I think if that can work. So Reverend Doctor will be Esiama, ACPSEA will be Josephine, then would that be okay? Gloria will also take Mr. Mensah. Would that be okay?
Yes.
So who will be ACPSEA?
ACPSEA is Josephine. Josephine, are you there?
Yes, I am here. I am what? ACPSEA?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And I'll volunteer to be the mediator. And so when I'm
Hello, Madam Anna. If you can hear me, you are muted. You are not muted, but we can't hear you.
Mr. Asari, can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay. Right. So I would like to welcome you to Relieve ADR Consult. Thank you for coming to mediate your case at our center. Mr. Siama and Mr. Mensa. Okay, so you came to our center with the complaint. So I'd like to find out if I can refer to you at this meeting as Mr. Siama, and then Gloria, I can refer to you as Mensa.
Yes.
Yes.
You
I'm
are
okay by
Sakoso. Good. Good. Thank you very much. It's a good thing that you have decided to resolve your case with mediation. In fact, mediation is the best way to go this time since we don't have time and toil with it. And it's important that you resolve your issues and so that the company will also have some peace to run. So thank you for the mediation. I want to assure you that my center is familiar with such cases, and we have done some of
Hello.
grateful that this afternoon you are here to resolve your issue. I would like you to note that this meeting will take about an hour and a half for this session. It could even be less. What I will entreat you, what I side of issues is for you to talk so that you are able to resolve your issues. In fact, the resolution lies with you. It does not lie with me. It lies with you. You have the capability of resolving this issue. The only thing is the willingness to resolve it. Conflicts come and we are ready and willing to resolve it. And so on this note, I want to say, well done. I would like to find out at this meeting, we are going to take decisions. I'd like to find out from each of you. Mr. Siama, we are going to take decisions. Do you have authority to take decisions? I'd like to find out from you, Mr.
Thank you, Madam Mediator, for giving me the opportunity to air whatever has transpired in my family. It's true that I've been working over these years with my family members, Mr. Mensa and Sister Akosia.
Sorry, I dropped. So,
Mr. Mensa is my son, and Akosia is my daughter. But regarding my retirement, I prefer Asiama to take over. But there have been some misunderstanding among us, which I have come for us to arrive at an agreement. Thank you.
am I online, please?
Hello. Eh?
Yes, you are back, ma'am.
Hello?
Hello, you are back. It
Can you
cut
hear
off.
me? Am I online?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello, ma.
Hello, Mr. Asari.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Hello, Madam Anas, can you hear me? Hello? Madam Anas, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can I go on?
Yes.
Hello. Can I go?
Yes, please.
Hello.
Yes.
Who is speaking now?
I want
Madam
to
Anas,
find
can
out
you
if
hear
I
me?
can be, you can hear
Yes,
me.
yes, I can hear you. Yes. Go ahead.
Can I go on?
Yes, go on.
Hello.
Hello. Who is meant to speak now?
Yes, I was finding out if you could hear me.
Yes, we can hear
It
you. We
looks
have
Yes,
like
been
we
saying
can
that,
hear
yes, we
you.
can hear you.
I
Yeah.
can't be heard.
Hello,
Can
can you
I go
hear
on,
us? Madam
please?
Anas, can you hear us? Madam Anas, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So I was asking if Mr. Siama has the capacity to take decisions here. I didn't hear the response.
I did, ma. Hello. Hello.
Mr. Mensah, can you take decisions? Are you capable?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mediator, for today's meeting. I've been working in this company over 15 years now. Hello. Hello.
Please go ahead.
Okay. Then I'm now on retirement and I want Mr. Mensah to take over the company, as well as my daughter AfCCoDR to assist him. But there's misunderstanding between these two children, which I have decided to bring, or these parties have decided to bring to your Peace Center for Mediation for better agreement to be made. Thank you.
Thank you. Was that Mr. Siama who just spoke?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So I had not presented the consent to mediate form for parties to sign yet. I don't know, I dropped, so I don't know whether Mr. Asari took over.
No.
No.
Oh, okay. But it looks like Mr. Siama just said his or her part of the story now. Okay. So maybe let me go back. So, Mr. Siama, all I was asking was for you to confirm to us whether you have the authority. The business is yours. You have the authority to take decisions here. So is it a matter of yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. And Mensa, you also have the capacity to take decisions.
Yes, mediator.
Yes. And what about Akosia? You also have capacity to take decisions. Is Akosia there? So that we can move forward. Akosia. Hello, Akosia. Josephine, you Akosia. Josephine. All right, so let me move on. If you can hear me, let me move on. And so at this point, I just want to bring your attention to the fact that you have a role to play at this meeting. I've already said that this is a voluntary.
If you can hear me, Josephine has dropped, so maybe Christine will sit in for serve as Akosia.
All right. Okay. So Christine. Right.
Yeah.
All right. So I just want to say that you have a role to play at this meeting. Your role is to share your story, be open about it. Whatever is the concern, I will encourage you to speak out honestly about it, directly about it, with kind words, not insulting, to respect other people's time to talk. When someone is talking, you can write whatever concern you have. You don't interrupt, and that is one of the rules. I also want to assure you of the confidentiality of this process, and so don't be disturbed. Whatever is said here stays here. It does not go out. I also entreat you that when you go out from this meeting, you also have to keep confidentiality. And well, people may be concerned about the outcome of this meeting. All you can say is that you have resolved the issue between you and your brother, and you now have understanding to move on. And so, one other thing I want to bring to your attention is the probability of caucusing. At this meeting, it is possible that along the line, if I deem it fit, I have the opportunity to take each of you aside to have a conversation. The aim is to have better understanding of the issues. And so when it happens in that manner, we should not be disturbed. At this moment, we also know the fee to be shared amongst you as you agreed earlier. And so at this time, I want to find out if you will give me the consent to mediate this case. Mr. Siama, do you give me the consent to mediate this case? If it's so, you have to sign the consent to mediate form. I'd like to hear from you.
Yes, madam.
Right. Good. Mr. Mensah, do you give me the consent to mediate this case?
Yes, mediator. Okay.
Okay. What about you, Akosia? Do you give the consent, your consent for me to mediate this case?
Yes, please.
Right. So at this point, thank you
Sorry,
for
at least I am
the
back.
confidence. Right. So, Josephine, you are doing this with Christine. So when you drop, Christine will take over.
Okay.
So at this
No
point,
problem.
yes, now that I have authority to sit on this case, I'm grateful. Thank you for your commitment to seeing resolution to this issue. At this point, I would like you to tell me, you are telling me your concerns about the issue. And so I'll ask you, Mr. Siama, what is your concern? Tell me your side of the issue. When you are done, you have about 5 minutes to do so. Go straight to the point. Tell me exactly what is happening. When you are done, Mr. Mensah also give you the opportunity to also tell me what is happening. And AfCCoDR, you also have the opportunity to do the same. So let me hear from you, Mr. Isiama first. What is happening? Tell me, you are telling me what is happening, why you have come for this mediation. Go ahead.
Madam Mediator, thank you for the honor done me. It all started 2014, 10th May, which I started running this company in soft drinks, produce made named or brand name as Sobolo, and pastries. And I've been dealing with this business for a while now. But looking at my age, I need some rest, then also reflect on my labor, how my children can manage to take over the company. Since Mr. Mensah is the eldest son, I have asked him to assume office on my behalf, which he can both run together with my daughter AfCCoDR. But since I made this decision, it has not gone well with both of them. There have been quarrels here and there, which I decided that as I will be on retirement to also experience peaceful mind, yet these issues are going on not right. It's good we all have an agreement on this mediation table so that it will guide them. They will all have it in mind and will be able to run the company together peacefully. Thank you, Madam.
Most grateful. Thank you. Thank you. Can I hear you, Mr. Mensah? What is your concern? Share your concern with me.
Thank you, Mediator. For me, really, I've been, working in this business together with Dad. I think I can say from the time I was in my teens, and I've worked to support Dad. I've learned the business. I've got the experience to work with this business. And we have been very successful, over time. The past 10 years have been very successful. There have been challenges, yes, here and there, but this is something that I've been leading. As the eldest son, my dad has always given me skills and also ways of handling this business. Something that the work also I've done is something that my dad has been appreciative of. So I believe that my contribution really, as the eldest son, I stand in a better position to lead this business so that it doesn't fall. We don't want to risk, looking at the economy now, we don't want to risk it to fall, really. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mensah, for sharing your concern with me. Can I hear from you, AfCCoDR? What is happening?
Thank you. The issue is I've been running this business with my dad for a very long time. I've been very much involved in the business, and then all of a sudden he's retiring and he wants to hand everything. The leadership position is to go to my brother, and I be the backdrop, I be the supporter. I feel like I've been overlooked, one, for my contributions, and then I'm being undermined because I'm a girl as well. That is what I'm seeing here. And I disagree that I'll let my brother run the business as the sole leader, and then I'll only be a supportive character in the business. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes. At this point, I would like to hear from you, Mensah. Why do you think to speak to your dad, speak to your sister, why do you think you are the best person to lead this company? I want you to share your view with your dad, Mr. Siama, and your sister Akosia. Why do you think you are the best person to lead this company? What do you bring on board?
Thank you so much. Like I mentioned earlier, I've got the experience and I'm the oldest. If there's any person who has been engaged in this business first, it is me. Yes, my sister has been doing a bit of supportive work here and there, but the whole system is something that I've been very much engaged to design and also support. Managing a chain of groceries is not just something where you just wake up and you think you can manage. No. I have a MBA, a degree in business administration, and I've been engaged in other programs, really, other businesses that I support outside this family business. So when I say I understand and I'm looking forward to see how we can continue to support this business so that even our own children can benefit from it and it continues even when we are not there. I am the person who has that vision, which is building up from what Dad has always envisioned and even beyond. So I am the best person really because I know the system, I know what has been in place, I know the challenges, I know the whole business environment really in this country. So I feel I should continue in this role. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure your daddy has heard you. By this point, I would like to go for caucusing with Mr. Siama. I would like to go for caucus, but I want to start with Mr. Siama. And so the other two, Mensa and Akosia, I would like you to excuse us so that I'll have caucusing with Mr. Siama, if that is okay with you.
Yes.
Right. So I'm now in caucusing. Mr. Siama, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Well, this is a company that you started for a while, and you know your children, their capabilities and their contributions to this company. I'd like to find out from you. Why would you support Mensa as the leader? I didn't want to ask this before Akushia because you might not be able to say everything, but in caucusing, you should be able to say everything why you are in support of Mensa being the leader in this company yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mediator. One, Mr. Mensah has business knowledge in MBA. That is one, and I've nurtured him the in and out about the company. Two, Akosia is still a child. He has not even attained the age of adulthood. He has not gotten into his 19th. And since he's in youthful exuberance, I do not want her to lead where a young man could easily deceive her and mess up the company. But for Mr. Siama, he's married now. He has children. He takes decisions on behalf of his own family. So I see it in more relaxed when I hand over everything to Mr. Mensah to take over. Thank you. Hello? Hello? Wow.
Mr. Siama,
Hello?
can you hear me?
I cannot hear you. I don't know
All
when I
right.
was doing my presentation, you heard
Yeah,
me.
I heard you, Mr. Siama. I think I had muted. Okay.
Okay.
So what I want to find out from you is that, so now that these two children, they both have contributed to the company, and if one is leading, what can you do for ACPSEA to also have the confidence, or have the confidence that, oh, I'm not left out. You know, in her statement, she says she's overlooked because she's a girl and all that. So what can you do? What can you give ACPSEA so that ACPSEA will also be satisfied with what she's doing in the company? So that she doesn't feel that because she's a female, she's left out and all that.
Thank you, Madam Mediator. In the company, she has slots at the financial sector. She'll be in charge of the company accounts too. When it's time for employment, she will make sure that she get the qualified employees to draw the brothers' attention. Then they corroborate and employ them. In any form of expenses, they both have to sit down, analyze it, and go by it. 50-50. That's okay.
Right. Okay. And so we'll go back to the meeting. When we go back to the meeting, I will ask you the reason for your decision and your support for Mensa, and you should be able to put it before your children, your reasons why you think that Mensa will can lead, and then what you have, your intention for ACPSEA as well. And so at this time, I will ask you to excuse me, and then I'll call in ACPSEA as well. So I want to have caucusing with ACPSEA at this point. Thank you. ACPSEA, welcome to caucusing. How are you?
Thank you. I'm fine.
Yes. I heard you mention that in the company you are overlooked, and because you are a female, you are overlooked. Is it possible that your daddy is in support of Mensa only because Mensa is the older, and not because of because he is overlooking you as a girl? What do you think?
I don't think, I think otherwise, because even in the normal house, like normal life, I feel like my father overlooked me based on the fact that I'm a girl, and then I feel like naturally he prefers boys over girls, and then because every time there's supposed to be a discussion, he calls upon Mensa first. Anything else, Mensa, before I get the rest. If there's supposed to be sharing of anything, Mensa first. Apart from he's the eldest, I think he value him because he's also the boy of the family. That's why.
All right. Since only one person can lead, be the director or the boss, the ultimate boss, is it possible if daddy should give you a sector to also head, but the ultimate will be Mensa? Would you be satisfied with it?
Yes, I just want a key role in the company. So if I'm to head a sector, I'll be okay with that.
That is great. That is great. That is great. Thank you very much. So when we all meet, you let us, you let everybody know what you are thinking now, your decision about you having a sector to lead and all that, or accepting a sector to lead. Thank you very much. Can I have Mensa in caucusing now?
Yes, mediator. Thank
Mensa,
you.
how are you? Thank
right,
you. Thank you for coming. So what is your relationship with your sister? How do you relate with your sister in terms of the company? What is the relationship?
Well, my sister, of course, she's always available to help in the company. I think she has been given a few tasks here and there, but I think it's the issue of how satisfactory is the work that she's been doing. So I think what she's been doing quite all right. It's something that has contributed, especially in the accounts department here and there to distribution. But yeah, other than that, that's basically it that she has been engaged in. Yes. Thank you.
Good. So you think that if she heads the accounts department, you can work well with her and there will not be any, she expressed the sentiments that she's looked down on because she's a female. Is it possible that if she's given the account section, you work well with her and give her all the respect that she needs? She also has the capability, the certificate, and all that.
Yes, well, in any business, really, we need top-notch skills. And I think the person heading right now the accounts is qualified. I think for her, the challenge really, it's about how she can improve her skills. For me, if she can find something that she can, skills that she can improve on, get a high qualification, then it's justifiable even to our board of directors to accept that, oh, this person, other than just me submitting the name because the person is a family member. I think we need to be transparent enough and also objective in our dealings. Let's have the qualifications needed. I've tried to push her, but I think she has been dilly-dallying here and there. But if she can get a higher, qualification than whoever is there, I think it's very easy, to justify. So for me, really, that's what I'm looking at. Not that I'm looking down on her. No, I think I've been taught to run this business in a way that it is appealing to all the credentials that are required of a particular role and also individual. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And so when we come to the meeting, I hope you will share these sentiments and you encourage your sister the support you are willing to give to her. Thank you very much. At this point, we are all together. We have come back. I've called you back to the mediation process. So I want to say welcome back from caucusing. At this point, I would like Mr. Siama to tell us his mind about or the decision he has made concerning who is leading and what he has for his children. Mr. Siama, please go ahead.
Thank you, mediator, for granting me the opportunity once again. It's simple. The company one must lead, and in terms of maturity and experience, as Mr. Mensah will lead.
I want you to talk to your children. I want you to address your children.
Okay. Thank you, mediator. Mr. Mr. Mensah, yeah.
Yes.
I will be glad you take over the company as the MD. Then, Akosua, you also head the accounts department. But you must corroborate. There should be corroboration between the two of you. Whatever you want to do in the company, consult each other. Don't try to hide anything from each other. and be careful how you both manage it. I'm giving each and every one of you 50-50. Is that okay? Are you satisfied?
Thank you, Mr.
Mensa?
Siama.
Okay.
Mr. Siama, we appreciate it. Thank you. So I'd like to hear the response. Mensa, what do you think? What Daddy said, what do you make of it?
Thank you, mediator. What Daddy has said is okay. Yes, and I just have one more request, really, to see if my sister can also upgrade her, her qualifications. I think the company is willing to support that level of education, so that as she steps into that role, we want professionalism, and not just because you are part of the company. So this has to be mandatory, really, because the auditors, when they come, it's me again who will be answerable at the end of the day. So please, if we can do that, for me, I've got no problem. I can work with anyone in the family, as long as we adhere to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mensa. Akosia, this is what your daddy and Mensa are saying. What is your response? Kindly speak to them. What are you thinking now?
I'm okay. Daddy and Mensa, it's the suggestion and the distribution is well accepted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So at this point, if I heard all of you right, Daddy is saying that, or you have all agreed, that Mensa leads the company. He becomes the MD of the company. And that Akosia has also agreed to be the accountant heading the account department. And Akosia has also agreed to upgrade herself and the Mensa.
Yes, mediator.
Madam,
Mensa,
you went off a
is that
little
what
bit.
has transpired? Mensa went off.
Yes,
Mediator,
mediator.
Okay, so Akosia, is that what you have agreed to? That you will head the accounts department?
Yes, please.
Can you hear me?
yes, you are now back. Please go ahead.
Hey, I went off.
You were
Okay,
on and off.
all right. So I was asking whether my understanding is right that Mr. Mensah leads the company. He takes the leadership role in the company, and that Akosia also takes the accounts department, becomes the head of the accounts department, and that Akosia will upgrade herself, and the company will support or will pay for that upgrading. Am I right, Mr. Mensah?
Yes, mediator. Thank you.
Akosia, is that right? Is that what you have agreed to?
Yes, please.
Is Mr. Siama around?
Yes,
Hello?
mediator.
Yes, Mr.
Mediator.
Siama. Yes, the takeover. When do you intend Mr. Mensah to take over the company, the leadership role? Can you give
Tomorrow,
us a date?
Yes.
Can you give us a date?
Yes. 30th May.
All right.
30th May 2020.
Right. And Akosua, okay, so Mr. Siama, you are saying that from 30th, Mensah will take over the helms of affairs of the company, and Akosua will also take the head of the accounts department. I would like to know when Akosua is ready to do the upgrade. When Akosua, when are you ready to upgrade yourself?
The beginning of next month. First
Next
May.
month.
First June.
1st
Monday.
June.
Yes,
1st
please.
June. Monday. Do you have
Yes.
specific school you intend to go and then the program? I'd like you to share with the leadership.
University of Ghana Business School.
University of Ghana, okay. And when would you make available the cost of your education, the cost? When can it be available?
By tomorrow.
By tomorrow, that quick. All right, that's cool. Thank you very much. I mean, I'm grateful for your willingness and the contributions that you all have made to this meeting. I'd like to find out from you, the siblings, is there any Mensah first? Is there any other thing you would like to talk about in terms of your relationship with your sister and your dad? Is there something you want to talk about? Or would you want to assure your sister and your daddy of your commitment and your readiness to work together?
Thank you, mediator. Yes,
Yes.
I would like to assure Dad and my sister and the whole family that we are a forward-looking team, and what has been agreed here will be implemented accordingly. And we will build this. Yes, we can do this. Yes.
Is Akosua here?
Yes, please. I'm here.
Yes. Do you have any concern? Your relationship with your brother, is there any concern you want to raise here?
None at the moment.
And do you want to assure your brother and your daddy of your support and willingness to work together?
Yes. Daddy and Mensah, I want to assure you that I'm going to put in my utmost best in supporting the business and also upgrading myself for the betterment of the business.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So at this point, I would like to read the terms of settlement to you, and I will hear your comments. If we agree, if not, any other amendments we can make, we can still do them. And so the terms of settlement at this point is that after our mediation, after the mediation session today, the parties have come to the following agreement. One, that Mr. Mensah takes over the leadership position as a director of what company commencing on the 30th of May 2026. So the first item is that Mr. Mensah takes the leadership of the company. So both parties have agreed that Mensah takes the leadership of the company. The name of the company is mentioned from 30th May 2026 onwards. Two, that ACPSEA takes the head of the accounting department from 30th May 2026, and that from 1st June 2026, ACPSEA will enroll at the Legon, University of Ghana, Legon, in the accounting department. And that three, both parties have agreed that the company will sponsor or will pay for the tuition and other expenses, all expenses of the ACPSEA's education from the date of his admission. That ACPSEA should submit the bill to the company to be paid for. And that's the number 4 or 3, I'm not sure, that both parties have agreed to work together as siblings, respecting each other, and for the advancement of company name mentioned. Thank you. If you agree to what has been written, can you please sign? Mensah, you can read the statement, and then if you agree with whatever had been stated, you go ahead and sign. ACPSEA also do same. Thank you very much. Have you signed, Mensah?
Yes.
Good. ACPSEA, have you signed?
Yes, please.
Yes. Mr. Siama, you also will sign with Mensah as the claimant. Okay. On this note, I've also signed as the mediator. And so this document is binding on all of you. Well done. Thank you for coming. And I believe that you work with the document. Each person would honor the agreement that you have made. Thank you very much. At this point, I would like to know, what is your impression about mediation? Would you recommend it to other people as you go from here? Mensah, what's your impression about ADR and mediation? Would you like to share your experience with others and recommend ADR to them as a means of resolving conflicts?
Yes, actually, this is the first time. I think it's a very good thing.
All right. ACPSEA, what about you? Is ACPSEA still here?
Yes, please. I'm here.
Okay. You sometimes forget that you are ACPSEA. Yes.
So,
How do you feel about mediation? Would you recommend to others?
yes, please. I will recommend, because I feel like it's a peaceful resolution method. I feel like I've been able to resolve this issue with my family peacefully without going out of place, without ruining our relationship. So I would definitely recommend.
Thank you. Mr. Siama, how do you feel?
Much appreciated, mediator.
Well
And
done.
very
Thank you also. Good. Thank you also for your willingness to resolve it. Without your willingness, you wouldn't have reached this agreement. And on that note, each will have a copy of the terms of settlement, and you do as you have been told, you have agreed on. Thank you very much. On this note, I've given you copies of your terms of settlement, and we are done. Bless you. Right. Mr. Asari, we are done.
Hello, well done, well
Any
done.
comments?
Thank you. Please, you can comment on what she did.
Mr. Asari, not what she did, or what we did. Myself and the parties.
Oh, I think
How is it sitting in the seat, huh?
the parties
All right.
did well, but when it got to a point of the father, I was a father talking to the children should have been some way, but I think we wanted that at least you could talk to your children. I love you as children, and this and this and that. I want the best for you. These are some of the things to convince your children to agree. But at the end of the day, you had an agreement, which is perfect. I want others to comment before maybe I'll bring other comments. But so those who were not
Yes,
on
so
the
let's hear from you. Let's hear from you, even the parties. I mean, what were you expecting? What do you think I should have done that I did not do? I mean, there's no one way of doing this because we are different people. If someone else was mediating, I mean, would have taken it in another way. What is important is to come to parties to come to the agreement. But what would you have done differently? Any of you?
Mlango ingine. Umefunga hiyo leo?
Hello.
Please go ahead.
Yes. The network initially, from the beginning, it was not permitting us. But I think when you went back to restart, everything came on board. Like where the agreement, terms of agreement was absent, I think the recap, everything came. Then at a point, I observed it was like when you were talking to Mr. Mensah, it was like you are now lobbying for ACPSEA, whether ACPSEA should give a portion of the company for ACPSEA. It was like that point, it was a lobbying. And I think Mensah also expressed by indicating that even though it's family business, but she should merit it. She should not just take it for granted. That's my observation.
So with the lobbying, did I go overboard? Did I go overboard? I'm thinking that it's an option, it's a suggestion. Did I load it? Did I load it over Mensah?
Hello.
Yes. No, I wanted
Yes.
her to answer. I wanted, was it Gloria? I wanted Gloria to answer that. We are
Okay.
learning. I wanted Gloria to answer that, then you all come in. You will come in as well. Because in caucusing, you are not to push your view on people, okay? But you can suggest. You are creating options and you are suggesting, okay? And so I want to find out whether it looked like I was lording it over Mensah or it was in a form of suggestion, and then he bought into that suggestion.
No, not I think the only thing that was as if it's, pushed on me is how is your relationship with
The line is not too clear.
yes.
The line is not too clear.
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm saying that the only thing that felt as if it was being pushed on me is the question: how is your relationship with your sister?
With your sister?
Yeah.
You were not comfortable with it.
My other responses were just what I would have just said, not that it was influenced.
Okay, so in the case, I saw that the case was that we were supposed to. There's some misunderstanding surrounding all these things, and so I wanted to find out from Mensa and ACPSEA the relationship, so that if there's something, a concern there we need to talk about, then they'll bring it up and then we'll talk about it. But since they said, oh, they are fine, there was nothing, they can work together and all that, I felt there was nothing to discuss further or to prove further. All right, someone else wanted to talk. Can we hear you, please?
Okay, so I think the mediator has done a good job, and then the parties also cooperated. I want to highlight some of the things that we have been reflecting on from day one up to today, the last day. You know, when the father, Mr. Mensah, was talking, he mentioned some of the things. He said,
Mr. Siama.
Mr. Siama, yes, thank you for the correction. The names will confuse me. So,
Yeah.
Mr. Siama said that the son has good educational background, older than the daughter, and also is married and makes decision in his nuclear family, that is among the small family and all that. So you realize that the orientation of Mr. Asiema for a responsible person to handle such a company is somebody who is married, somebody who has good education, somebody somebody who is older. So you realize that the definition of a best fit to manage the company is somebody who has all these qualities, and it all goes back to our cultural orientation.
Yes.
You get it? So I think for you to suggest to Mr. Isiama that what can you offer to your daughter was not bad. You were just suggesting, it was a suggestion you were giving to Mr. Isiama to choose or consider other options he might have planned for the daughter. Yes. But the only place I realized, but you came back to say it on the lighter note, when the daughter was saying, tomorrow I will go and get my school fees and my bills and things and bring, and said, real quick, like some people, we can put them
that
off.
Was just by the way.
Yes, it was on a lighter note. Yes, yes, I get it. So overall, I think it was a good session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Any other person? Bring it. Yes. Can we have more comments, please? What skill have you learned? What do you think we could have done better? How would you have done it if you were in the seat?
And then mediator, there was a place where Mr. Ziama said 50-50. I think that 50-50, there is a problem because one is head of the account section, and the other is the spending officer. The director is the spending officer. So it can be 50-50.
It can be 50-50.
Yes.
It can be 50-50.
Why can't it be
So
50-50? Is it your agreement?
Come again.
Is it your agreement that it cannot be 50-50?
If they have agreed, we
that's
have
my
no
The
quarrel
observation.
about
parties
it.
are saying that Mr. Siama is the owner of the property or the business, so which is his property, and he's saying that he's giving 50-50. So it means that the shareholding. So the
Oh,
one thing
okay.
that
If it is the
could have,
shareholding, that is fine. But if it's the
yes.
management, there is a problem.
No, then
I think so.
even management, they can still be because Akosia can be handling the finance side, where the other person can run the day-to-day administration of the organization. But when it comes to decision making that affects the company, they can say that
That would be Mensah's
with this
responsibility.
matter, yes, we have to agree. So the powers are that we have 50-50 share and we have 50-50 power to make decision within the company so that it won't be one-sided being run that I am the one that my father gave me, so I'm running it. You are only in charge of the finance, so that it will cool heads down. And Akosia will also recognize that she has a contribution, although she may be looking at the finance, but she has ultimate contribution within the organization. So that is one thing
Okay.
that
And that is something that as they move forward and take over, they can sit and then agree that when it comes to decision, how do we want to go about it? But on the face of it, it is fine. If they agree that, well, Mensah should be the director, that is fine. And Akosia when it comes to finance. But director will have a say in the finance. And like Mr. Sari is saying, will Akosia also have a say when it comes to the overall decision making? I mean, it will come in the
Yes.
details.
Yes. The point I'm making is that you see, every organization has the organogram. Now, the director is supposed to be at the top there. Maybe the FO should be the next in command. Let's say they have the 50-50 management power. Then they want to procure some vehicles for the company. Then director says, we need these vehicles. Then accountant says, no, these vehicles can wait. But in the running of the affairs of the organization, they really need a vehicle. So who breaks the tie here? It means that they can't
Sure.
move forward.
no
Sure.
one thing is yes, the thing is they may not be able to move on, but these are family businesses that if you are also not careful, one person can also take unilateral decision and say that we are buying vehicle, and by the time we realize he has used the company money to buy a vehicle and he is the one also using it. So sometimes these matters come up, and the parties must agree that if we want to make buy a vehicle, or if we want to make certain decision that directly impacts the finances of the company or the standards of the company, then we must agree. We must be able to agree. In the effect of maybe there is no agreement, then they can agree on what should be done in the event of no agreement. Because if you don't bring
All
that
right.
agreement, Akosia may be younger. So since Akosia is younger and this one is saying that I have academic qualification and other things, he will be using those powers. And if you are not careful, by the time you realize he is taking all the decisions, making all the payment, and even directing Akosia, go and pay this, go and pay that. And by the time you realize he's running the company anyhow he wants it, which may not even be beneficial to the company. Because don't forget that the case, Akosia has been the one assisting the father, so she may have more even knowledge than the book knowledge that you are bringing on board.
Experience, yeah.
Yes.
So all
I
right.
think
So
that
I
in a
think
real
here
life situation,
the mediator would have to help them to come out with
exactly,
those clauses
exactly. So in
so
a
that
real
it will
life
affect the
situation,
operation.
probably,
Yes.
exactly. In a real life situation, probably we'll go deeper and we want to find out who will do A, who will do B, and all
Perfect.
that.
Yes.
Good.
So yes,
So,
so
Mr.
commenting on
Asari,
the yes.
okay, let me ask this question before you come in. I want to find out from the class. At the time I went for caucusing, was it the best time?
what was done in caucusing and how we came back to inform or speak about it. What lessons have been taken from there? Comments. Can I have comments, please? Caucusing is very important in mediation, so we need to be conversant with it.
The was good,
Yes.
and time was apportioned to each party to elaborate, and that was okay. It was okay.
All right. Any other person? Thank you, Auntie. Any other person, please?
Power balance of age, and it would have undermined maybe ACOSWA's contribution. So in that sense, it's just inevitable that you separate, you go into a private meeting. Thank you.
Right.
Okay,
Any other person, please?
So maybe bringing
Yes.
what I was expecting them to acknowledge that maybe the caucusing, the timing. So because the specific timing, she did not say that whether the caucusing was good or not. She's commenting about whether the timing was
The
good or not.
time
Because
of the
she
caucusing.
intentionally did it that way so that you can maybe recognize certain defects in the timing. Because if you look at the way she did it, after speaking with the parties, each of them, she did not even give a summary after each party has even spoken, and also give a summary of all that they have said to create an agenda for the discussion. She moved straight away to caucusing. And that is where we want you to be able to identify that we were expecting the mediator to draw up an agenda for the discussion before maybe breaking them for caucusing, because there was no agenda for discussion. That is what we want you to be able to tease out and say that the mediator did not draw an agenda and she moved straight away to caucusing, which if she
Then I will
had
defend myself.
yes, and yes, drawn an agenda, it could have bring out maybe A, B, C, D. So that these are the things that you don't want you to just be any mediator. We should be an expert mediator where when you look at a process, you can critique it and see not only about maybe the person getting a solution, but to see whether the person ran the process well. Because sometimes you may even forget about certain processes. So somebody telling you reminds you that, oh, I didn't do this at this point. I should have done this at that point. Because the thing is, caucusing is very important. But caucusing sometimes is good when you are having impasses. You have not drawn maybe an agenda for them to start discussing the agenda where you see that they are not agreeing even on the agenda, or they are not even agreeing on the issues to even bring forth for discussion. That is where you see that now there is an impasse. So there is a need for me to break and meet each of them separately. But the mediator did not do that. So you should be able to know that, okay, the mediator, this was missing, that was missing, that was missing, so that you tease out these things. That is why I cut in, so that these are the things that she wants you to. So asking that the timing for the caucusing, was it good? You should be able to know that, yeah, although caucusing is good, but maybe the timing was done on too early. You should have waited a bit where maybe the family are not agreeing. So caucusing is important, but it is not every mediation that you may go on caucusing.
Sure.
If the parties are talking and they are bringing the issue, there is no need for caucusing. But where there is a tie, the emotions are charged, the room, you can't even, some people are crying and doing all sorts of things and not allowing the meeting to flow. That is where you can break them so that they can have a break. Some of them can also take a break to do certain things. Then you can meet them one by one and discuss the matter. This is what we want you to be able to demonstrate out there.
Exactly.
Okay, so thank you.
And I think that, thank you very much, Mr. Asari. I think that after each has shared their concerns and they are part of the issue, what the mediator should have done was to reaffirm, okay, so you said this, you said that. So this is what you also said. You also said that, okay, so what do you seek? Okay, I seek this.
I seek that, I seek that. But you see, I jumped into caucusing because I realized that after ACPSEA spoke, I realized that ACPSEA needs some reassuring. And so I took Daddy into caucusing so that when Daddy comes back, Daddy will be able to reassure ACPSEA that, oh, you are not left out, because ACPSEA felt left out. So Daddy will be able to tell ACPSEA, you are not left out. It's not because I don't like you, but A, B, C, D are my reasons, my criteria for choosing Mensa. And I did not want to do that discussion before all three because I didn't know what Daddy would say. Maybe Daddy was going to say that ACPSEA is not responsible or something. And then if he should say it in front of ACPSEA, that would be war. And so then I want to take Daddy into caucusing to find out what is in his head, what he's thinking about, and his reason for backing Mensa. And so as a mediator, you need to kind of have a plan in your head as to how you want to tackle issues when it comes to the mediation. You have to have a plan and how you want to navigate the whole process. I realized that even in Mensah's speech, it was somehow, should I quote unquote, somehow not too friendly. The ACPSEA is not matured, ACPSEA is that, ACPSEA is that. So in real life, I expected ACPSEA to raise an objection or an issue with it. Why are you saying that I'm immature? Why are you saying that I have worked with Daddy for so long, I know the business, blah, 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 blah. But because the party did not raise any concern, I did not touch on it. And so you don't open, you don't create problems where there's no problem. You only will address a problem when a party raises an objection. I don't like the way this person is referring to me. I don't like this. And so then you address it. But if the party is okay with it, it's not said anything, let it go quietly and then you deal with it. So then we are saying that after the parties have told you the story and you realize that I was stressing on the fact that their first narration is to me, the mediator. They are telling you because you may not have everything on paper when they came to your center. And so the first narration is to you, the mediator. And then after they have finished telling you their story, and you want to be asking questions, then you want to ask them to address their concerns to parties now. So you want to encourage the parties to be talking. Because in real life, probably because of anger and bitterness, you don't even listen to reasons why somebody is behaving in a certain manner. But at this table, where you are moderating, you want parties to speak. What is the effect of what is happening on me? I want to share. You want parties to share, to vent to the other party so that you understand my action. Sometimes perceptions will make somebody stand in a position and not ready to give in. But when the person is giving reasons for an action, and then your entrenched positions, probably you relax them, and then you as a mediator, you will have a resolution to the problem. On this note, I thank you so much. Mr. Asari, I'm done.
Thank you. So thank you, madam. For
Unless there's any question.
Come again. Dr. Gillian, did you say anything?
I was rather clapping for Madam.
Okay, so please.
Thank you.
Okay, so please let us put on our videos and let's take a picture.
Hey, where I am, can I put my video on? Let me try.
Okay.
Okay, my video is on.
Okay, now we can see you. Okay. Okay.
I'm under the trees. I'm under the trees of University of Ghana.
Okay, good environment. Okay, so we are taking the picture. Mr. Yenchi, we are waiting for you. Okay, so okay, Kanye, are you there? We can't see you. And Josephine and Kanye, can you put on your own video? Are you able to do that? Okay, so those who are here, let's do that. Let's take. All right, thank you. So I've taken pictures.
Thank
So
you. Bye
we'll share
bye. See you another time.
on your platform. So I have also I've shared the final assessment on your platform. Please take your time and do it. It's just a multiple choice question. And sometimes you may be asked to act and write something small. So please take your time and do it. And we'll communicate on the platform when your graduation will be happening. So once you complete the form, we'll have those who have completed the class, we'll have your emails, and we can send specifically the materials to you, those who completed the class alone. So please do well to complete, and the name you want it to be on your certificate, the full name as you want it to be on your certificate, please put it there and we'll take it from there. So on that note, I would like to thank all of you for participating in this program and wish you the very best. We are going to graduate you. The graduation will take place where you have your certificate at the center. Then there will be the induction into the association where everything that pertains to the induction will communicate with you. So having completed the program, we'll put you on the association's platform. There will be a form for you to fill as having completed the training and to become a members of the association as well. So the graduation will come first. After that, then the induction will also follow. So on that note, thank you all, and it's been a great training with all of you. So thank you and bye-bye from here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
Bye-bye.